Chapter 252. Insight into the attribute. Just as the 7 or 8 members of the imperial family were discussing how to deal with Ning Qi, Lu Yuanhao knocked on the door of the 9th princess residence. "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" Lin Chang, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, was on duty today. He scanned Lu Yuanhao from head to toe. Lu Yuanhao hurriedly smiled. "I am Lu Yuanhao, a rank 5 Imperial Censor of the Imperial Censor. I wish to see Master Ning Qi." "You wish to see Master Ning?" "Unfortunately, he has entered the palace to see the sage concubine," Lin Chang said. "The sage concubine?" Lu Yuanhao paused for a moment, then smiled fawningly. "Then I will wait at the door. You can do your— well, you should come in and wait." Lin Chang frowned when he saw Lu Yuanhao's good attitude. There were only 2 reasons for wanting to see Ning Qi. The first was to ask Ning Qi to refine pills. The second was to send their children into the White Tiger Alchemy Lab. At this moment, Ning Qi appeared behind them out of nowhere. "Lin Chang, this is?" Ning Qi looked curiously at Lu Yuanhao. "Blood Kill Sect. Lu Yuanhao level. 3-star King of Fighters Cultivation Method. Upper Mystic Blood Coagulation Martial Skill. Supreme Grade Profound Rank Chill Sword. Health Points 128000. The Blood Kill Sect has found their way here? But this person's health is very high. Does he have a treasure?" Surprise flashed in Ning Qi's eyes as he looked at Lu Yuanhao with a fiery gaze. "Master Ning, you are back? This is the rank 5 Imperial Censor, Lu Yuanhao. He said he has something to discuss with you," Lin Chang said. "Rank 5 Imperial Censor. Oh, Lord Lu, what business do you have with me?" Ning Qi said with a smile. "Master Ning, you are too polite. Just call me Lu Yuanhao. Lord Lu is worthless in front of you." Lu Yuanhao smiled fawningly. Come, don't just stand there. Come in and talk." Ning Qi enthusiastically pulled his arm and directly pulled Lu Yuanhao into the princess palace. Lu Yuanhao was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Ning Qi was so warm to him. Could it be that he liked men? Even Lin Chang was a little confused. Could it be that Lu Yuanhao had some sort of powerful background? Otherwise, why would Grandmaster Ning be so enthusiastic towards him? When they arrived at the guest hall, Ning Qi smiled at Lu Yuanhao and said, "Lord Lu, you can speak now." Lu Yuanhao felt that Ning Qi's gaze was a little strange, as if he was constantly sizing him up. He almost forgot what he had prepared to say. After calming down for a moment, Lu Yuanhao opened his mouth and said, "It's like this. I heard that you are now in charge of the White Tiger Alchemy Room. Grandmaster Ning must be an even more amazing alchemy grandmaster than Shi Duanjin. I have a spirit grass that has been passed down in my family. It is said that this spirit grass came from a dragon tomb. I would like to ask Grandmaster Ning to take a look at this spirit grass's origin. If it is of any value, I am willing to give it to Grandmaster Ning. Master Lu, why didn't you invite Shi Duanjin and the others to appraise your spirit grass?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "To be honest, I have offended Shi Duanjin before, so no alchemy master in the White Tiger Alchemy Room was willing to examine it for me. After the other alchemy masters heard about this, they did not dare to have anything to do with me, so I could only wait until now. I heard that Shi Duanjin was defeated by Grandmaster Ning, which is really satisfying. If the spirit grass that has been passed down in my family has any value, I will give it to Grandmaster Ning as a congratulatory gift. What do you think?" Lu Yuanhao said. First, he said that he had a grudge against Shi Duanjin, which resonated with me. Then, he used the 2 words Dragon Tomb to arouse my greed. This guy is trying to trick me. Alright, let me see what you have up your sleeves. Ning Qi laughed in his heart and said to Lu Yuanhao, "I see. Then, please take out your spirit grass, I will help you take a look." This, Lu Yuanhao's face revealed an awkward expression as he hesitantly said, "That spirit grass is currently being raised in the backyard of my courtyard. It has left the soil before, but 2 of its leaves immediately withered. I don't dare to touch it again. Would it be possible for Grandmaster Ning to come with me? My house is not far, just around the corner of this street. In that case, let's go, Ning Qi said straightforwardly. Lu Yuanhao's face showed a trace of joy. Thank you, Grandmaster Ning. Ning Qi followed Lu Yuanhao out of the princess mansion. Not long after, he arrived in front of Lu Yuanhao's small courtyard. Just as he entered the courtyard with Lu Yuanhao, 2 figures suddenly appeared not far away. The sacred concubine actually asked the 2 of us to follow Ning Qi. She really thinks too highly of him, Fang Qin said discontentedly. Fang Shu said in a low voice. He can refine a low-grade profound step pill, and he can also refine a high-grade profound step 9 transformation bone pill. Even in our Fang clan, we don't have such an alchemist. It's normal for the sacred concubine to ask us to keep an eye on him. Her face showed a trace of shyness. If we can also find 2 bottles of Dragon Clan blood essence, and let her refine 2 beauty calming pills, won't we also be able to stay young forever? Hearing this, Fang Qin frowned slightly and said in a low voice, It is not that easy to find rank 7 Dragon Clan blood essence, but if there is a chance to go to the 9 States Empire, it is possible to buy Dragon Clan blood essence from the black market. Now that the sacred concubine has returned to the Fang family, she will give the beauty calming pills to the 2 ancestors. After they take it, the sacred concubine will definitely be able to bring back a few bottles of Dragon Clan blood essence. Maybe we will also have a share, Fang Shu said expectantly. That is true. Fang Qin's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Entering the courtyard, Ning Qi first saw an old man watering the flowers and plants by the wall. He did not react at all, as if he did not see Ning Qi and Lu Yuanhao. Lord Lu, where is your family's spirit grass? A trace of doubt crossed Ning Qi's face. Lu Yuanhao smiled. It is in the rear courtyard. Grandmaster Ning, please follow me. As he spoke, he brought Ning Qi to the rear courtyard. Here, there was no aura of any spirit grass. Instead, there was a person with his back to the 2. After hearing their footsteps, he slowly turned his head and looked at Ning Qi. Dragon-slaying Marquis, I have been looking for you for a long time. Lu Yuanhao's figure flashed and he arrived at Bloodless Sword's side. He looked at Ning Qi apologetically. Who are you? Lord Lu, what is the meaning of this? Ning Qi asked, puzzled. Who am I? Do you remember Bu Tie and the others? Bloodless Sword mockingly looked at Ning Qi. Not only did you kill Qiu Wanli, but you also killed 6 of my blood slaughter sect's Emperor-level elders. Even if you were imprisoned for 100 years, you still would not be able to redeem yourself. Oh, so you are from the blood slaughter sect. Lord Lu, I did not think that as a 5th-grade official, you would collude with the blood slaughter sect and even deceive me here. Are you really not afraid of being punished by your superiors? Chapter 253. Winner takes all. Grandmaster Ning, you've killed so many of my blood slaughter sect's elders, so you won't be able to escape this place today. I originally wanted to lure you out of the imperial capital, but after I learned that you became the chief disciple of the White Tiger Alchemy Room, I knew that it wouldn't be so easy. You will surely bring a crowd of followers with you when you leave the city, so I can only kill you here. In your next life, remember not to offend the blood slaughter sect. Lu Yuanhao sighed and said, You have another choice. If you hand over your battle artifact, I will grant you a quick death. Otherwise, the blood slaughter sect has 108 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Bloodless Sword coldly said, Grant me a quick death? Do I have to thank you for your kindness? Ning Qi revealed a taunting expression. He smiled and said, The truth is that from the very beginning, I already knew that Lu Yuanhao was someone from the blood slaughter sect. How is that possible? Lu Yuanhao's face revealed a look of shock. Although my cultivation is low, I can guarantee that I have never revealed my identity in the imperial capital. It is impossible for you to know that I am someone from the blood slaughter sect. If you knew he was from the blood slaughter sect and still dared to follow me, then I don't know if I should call you arrogant or stupid? Bloodless Sword sneered as he said, "Don't forget, this is the White Tiger Empire. Do you think I would be afraid of your blood slaughter sect?" Ningqi faintly smiled. "What a pity. At this moment, no one can save you. Don't speak any nonsense. If you don't plan on handing over your battle artifact, then I can only kill you and search for it myself." A thick killing intent was released from Bloodless Sword's body. Ningqi immediately shouted out, "Why haven't you appeared yet? If something happens to me, how will you explain this to Saint Concubine Cold Sky?" "There are people following him?" Lu Yuanhao was shocked. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. His old servant instantly appeared by his side, vigilantly looking all around. At this time, Bloodless Sword fiercely looked up. He could see two graceful figures standing on the courtyard wall. "I can't see through their cultivation. Could they be a dozone?" Bloodless Sword's heart was in turmoil. He clenched his teeth and struck out at Ningqi. "How dare you!" Fang Qin coldly snorted. Her aura instantly locked onto Bloodless Sword. At this time, her palm was several centimeters away from Ningqi's chest, but she could no longer touch him. This was because she had lost control of her body. In a flash, the two women appeared beside Ningqi. Ningqi smiled. "These three are from the Blood Slaughter sect. I never imagined that a spy from the Blood Slaughter sect could become a fifth-rank official in the Imperial Court. They even wanted to kill me, the chief of the White Tiger Alchemy Workshop. How do you think we should deal with them?" Fang Qin glanced at Ningqi. She coldly snorted and didn't respond. Instead, she walked in front of Bloodless Sword and sneered, "You see us and you still want to attack us? How bold of you!" As she spoke, she reached out a hand and gently touched Bloodless Sword's dantian. With a popping sound, Bloodless Sword's complexion instantly withered. His jet black hair began to turn white at a visible speed, and his taut skin began to relax. In an instant, he seemed to age 30 to 40 years. From his youthful appearance, he had become an old man. You destroyed my cultivation." Bloodless Sword desperately looked at Fang Qin. Deep within his eyes, there was a trace of shock, unwillingness, and hatred. Lu Yuanhao and the old man stood where they were, not daring to move. Their complexions weren't much better. Seeing a dignified 9-star Do Huang like Bloodless Sword have his cultivation casually wasted, they feared that they would be next. "Fang Qin is your big sister. Her attitude isn't good at all," Ningqi complained to Fang Shu. Fang Shu blinked her large eyes. She clearly didn't think he would say this. For a time, she didn't know how to respond. Fang Qin glanced at Ningqi and coldly snorted, "They are your enemies. I've already dealt with them. As for how you want to deal with them, that's up to you." Ningqi smiled as he walked in front of Bloodless Sword. He looked him up and down and said, "How about it? Didn't I say that you couldn't mess around in the White Tiger Empire? The winner is king and the loser is a thief. You've won. Kill me." After losing 100 years of cultivation, Bloodless Sword no longer had the will to continue living. "Kill you? Who will help me pass on a message to the Blood Slaughter sect? Help me pass on a message to your old ancestor. If he has any other moves, then feel free to use them. I, Ningqi, will take them all." Ningqi smiled. "You won't kill me?" Bloodless Sword was stunned. "Hurry up and screw off." Ningqi waved his hand as if he were swatting away a fly. "Humph!" Bloodless Sword coldly snorted in his heart. He wanted to fly away, but as he remembered that he had lost all of his cultivation, his complexion became even older. He turned and walked away, one step at a time. Lu Yuanhao let out a breath of relief. Although he was a bit nervous, if Ningqi didn't kill Bloodless Sword, then he should also let them go, right? As for you two, Ningqi looked at Lu Yuanhao and his old servant, a brilliant smile on his face. I asked the two misses to help me bring them to the Princess Palace. What? What does he want to do? Lu Yuanhao revealed a look of fear. He directly said, Grandmaster Ning, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you. If you let this lowly one go, then I will be eternally grateful. Don't be afraid, Lord Lu. I only want to invite you to the Princess Palace as a guest. I have no other intentions. If you want to, then you can leave. There's no need to bother the two misses. Ning Qi smiled. Guess? Lu Yuanhao clenched his teeth. He nodded and said, All right, we will go with you. In this current situation, there was no room for bargaining. Since Ning Qi was so polite and didn't attack them, Lu Yuanhao could only gamble on this. Ning Qi, the saint concubine, has ordered that you should not leave the city during the time she returns. Since you know that we are following you, then you should know that you cannot escape our eyes. Fang Qin coldly said. After speaking, her figure gradually faded away. Together with Fang Shu, they disappeared from everyone's line of sight. An escape technique of the Red Sun Empire? No, it should be a smokescreen. Ning Qi quietly said in his heart. Princess Palace. Lu Yuanhao's servant was being guarded by Deng San. Now, only Lu Yuanhao and Ning Qi were left facing each other. Seeing that Ning Qi was only a peak doling, Lu Yuanhao's heart began to stir. At such a close distance, if I were to suddenly attack, I would definitely be able to kill him. But I also cannot escape from this place, forget it. It's not worth losing my life for the blood slaughter sect. Lu Yuanhao's body relaxed as he thought of this. Grandmaster Ning, do you have any instructions for me? Lu Yuanhao cupped his hands together and asked. He knew that Ning Qi must have a motive for keeping him here alone. Chapter 254. Soul Painter, Do Weapon? Lu Yuanhao's face showed a trace of doubt. He moved his palm, and a 1-foot-long dagger appeared in his palm. It emitted the aura of a top-grade Xian-level Do weapon. Master Ning, do you want this? He tentatively handed the dagger to Ning Qi. Ning Qi reached out and took it. After glancing at the attributes, he put the dagger into the space bag and said with a faint smile, Also, take it out. This. I won't hide it from Master Ning. I only have this one Do weapon. Lu Yuanhao smiled. Ning Qi glanced at his HP and said with a low smile, How about this? I will destroy your cultivation first, and then we can slowly discuss. What do you think? Master Ning, I really don't have any Do weapon. It will be the same even if you kill me. Lu Yuanhao said with a sad face. Then why do I feel that the blood in your body is so thick that even an ordinary Do Huang can't compare? How do you explain this? Ning Qi sneered. Lu Yuanhao stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly realized why Ning Qi had asked him to stay alone. He hurriedly said, To tell you the truth, when I was 13, I strayed into the boundless forest. I was young and ignorant, and didn't know how terrifying the demonic beasts were. I wandered around, and accidentally entered a mysterious place. There was a fruit tree with 7 or 8 red fruits growing on it. I was hungry, so I ate them all. Later, I left in a daze. Later, I was found by an elder of the blood slaughter sect, and was brought back to the sect to cultivate. After cultivating, I found that my qi and blood were many times denser than those of the same cultivation level. Only then did I know it had to be because of those fruits. After a pause, Lu Yuanhao continued, Later on, I went to the vast forest again but was never able to enter that place. Ning Qi quietly looked at him. After a while, Lu Yuanhao's scalp went numb. He was afraid that Ning Qi wouldn't believe him. System, is there any way to determine whether he is telling the truth or not? Ning Qi asked in his heart. Lower grade yellow level character detection talisman can determine the truth. The system prompted. Character seeing talisman? Ning Qi took a look and found that it only cost 100 Dragon Slayer coins. He immediately bought it and patted Lu Yuanhao's body. A golden light flashed and instantly entered Lu Yuanhao's body. He was startled and immediately circulated the dou qi in his body, but he didn't find anything wrong. He looked at Ning Qi in a daze and said, "Master Ning, what are you doing? Repeat what you just said to me." Ning Qi smiled. Lu Yuanhao hurriedly repeated. In the end, there was no change in his body, so Ning Qi knew that he was telling the truth. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Take your servant and get lost." Lu Yuanhao was stunned for a moment, then he asked tentatively, "Will you let me go? You're not leaving. Do you want to stay for dinner?" Ning Qi asked. This lowly one will immediately leave, immediately leave. Many thanks for Grandmaster Ning's mercy. Lu Yuanhao was overjoyed. Not only was he not tortured, his cultivation was not crippled either. He could leave just like that. This was simply a blessing to his ancestors. But when he reached the door, Ning Qi's cold shout came again. Wait, is he going back on his word? Lu Yuanhao's figure paused, turned around with difficulty, and looked at Ning Qi. Where is the vast forest? If you don't tell me clearly, how can I find such a big place? Ning Qi said. This lowly one will draw it for you. Lu Yuanhao whispered. Ning Qi nodded. My Xinglong happened to be outside, so he called him to get a pen and paper. Then the two of them looked at Lu Yuanhao together, waiting for him to write. After Lu Yuanhao got the brush, he first pondered for a moment, then drew a duck egg on the white paper. He smiled embarrassedly and said, This lowly one's painting skills are limited, please bear with me. After saying that, he immediately drew the 4 directions on the white paper. Not long after, a simple map came out. Lu Yuanhao pointed to a big black spot on it and said, This is where I got lost. As for how to enter that place, I really have no memory at all. Are you satisfied? Really AF * King Soul Painter. Ning Qi glanced at the graffiti on the white paper. A trace of disdain appeared on his face. He put away the white paper, waved his hand at Lu Yuanhao, and said, Get lost. Master Ning, you let him go? My Xinglong was stunned. Keep you to feed him? Ning Qi smiled. That's true. Get lost, get lost. In the future, keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be offended. This is because you met a good person like Master Ning. If you met me, you won't be able to walk out of here without leaving your legs behind. My Xinglong said, and deliberately looked at Lu Yuanhao's legs. How can I walk out of here without my legs? A trace of doubt rose in Lu Yuanhao's heart. Then he felt the aura of a peak dou huang on my Xinglong. His whole body quivered, and he turned around to leave. When he finally stepped out of the princess residence with the old servant, the two of them finally relaxed their tense bodies. Young master, he really won't kill us? The old man said in a low voice, his tone full of disbelief. Let's go. We'll talk after we leave the capital. Ning Qi won't kill us, but he didn't say that the White Tiger Empire won't pursue this matter. If they find out that I'm a spy from the Bloodslaughter sect, won't they skin us alive? Lu Yuanhao quickly looked around after saying that, and immediately led the old servant to the south gate. He didn't even bother to tidy up the things in the house. The 13th Prince's residence. 13th brother, after talking for so long, you still haven't told us how to deal with Ning Qi. He even dared to reduce my share of pills. He definitely doesn't want to live, one of the princes said with a cold face. The 3rd princess also nodded. 10th brother is right. 13th brother, if you have any other plans, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. The members of the royal family gathered in the imperial residence had all had their share of pills cut by Ning Qi. Coincidentally, they were on the 3rd princess's side, and they usually liked to target the 9th princess. Therefore, Ning Qi directly and mercilessly used the authority he had just obtained to suppress this group of people. Bai Hao glanced at the crowd, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. It's very simple, but I need the cooperation of one of you. What is it? The 3rd princess asked with a frown. Look at what this is. Bai Hao took out a dark green pill and looked at the crowd with a smile. This pill was dark green in color, and there was a luster on its surface. Spiritual energy flowed around it, and the moment it appeared in Bai Hao's hand, the room was filled with a strange fragrance. Everyone's face involuntarily flushed. The third princess turned pale with fright as she looked at Bai Hao. What pill is this? Why is it so domineering? Chapter 255. Fong Saint Palace. Bai Hao chuckled. This medicinal pill is called the Jade Maiden Chastity Loss Pill. I specifically ordered my men to kill a 5th-stage green-scaled evil dragon, extract its yang root, and concoct it with my own secret formula. 13th brother, what are you going to do with this pill? The 10th prince said, looking displeased. Everyone looked at Bai Hao, waiting for an explanation. Bai Hao laughed. What if third sister took that medicinal pill and gave it to Ning Qi? What do you think would happen? Wouldn't he become a beast? What do you mean? The third princess looked at Bai Hao coldly. She knew that the kid had always been a fan of such things, but why would he take out such a perverted pill at a time like this? To poison Ning Qi with this pill? That would be ridiculous. When Ning Qi goes berserk, he will definitely do something to you, third sister. If father is here, do you think he will kill Ning Qi in a fit of rage? When that happens, even if my mother returns to the capital, she won't blame me. At most, she won't speak to father for half a month. Bai Hao smiled. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, the 10th prince slapped the table. That's a good move. If everyone thinks so, it's up to third sister. Bai Hao looked over with a grin. The third princess thought for a moment, then said, All right, I'll do it. Then let's come up with a foolproof plan to trick him into taking this Jade Maiden Chastity Loss Pill. Bai Hao smiled lecherously. Far to the east of the White Tiger Empire, there was a huge city. The city walls alone were hundreds of feet thick and hundreds of feet high. Not even birds could fly in. The stones used to build the city walls were all green crystals that had been settled for thousands of years, mixed with some gung metal. Ordinary 7th or 8th level beasts would find it difficult to break through. It could be said to be impregnable. The city was called the Fong Saint Palace. It was built by one of the top 9 families in Dongxian, the Fong family. Out of 100 people in the city, at least 99 had the surname Fong, and the Fong Saint Palace had at least 10 million people. This showed how powerful the Fong family was. Even the 3 major dragon clans basically wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. They would only send dragon envoys to give orders when something happened. The Grand Fong family ancestral residence was like the imperial palace of the world's emperors. It occupied thousands of acres of land, and a single corridor was often several miles long. The saint concubine was currently standing respectfully in a courtyard. In front of her was a room with a tightly shut door. 2 old women stood at the door, looking to be in their 70s or 80s. They were in high spirits, and emanated an aura that even the saint concubine was afraid of. The way they looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky was full of mockery. They had seen many disciples of the Fong clan like this, who had obtained treasures that they thought were amazing, and then came back to flatter their ancestor. Every one of them came in excitement and left in disappointment. Even though the saint concubine was the daughter of the 3rd elder, the true ruler of the Fong clan wasn't the group on the surface. In the outside world, the saint concubine was respected because of her identity, but when she returned to the Fong clan, she was no different from an ordinary disciple. The sun and moon changed. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, the door slowly opened and an old woman walked out. The wrinkles on her face were so deep that they almost reached her neck. Her old face gave one the feeling that she had lived for thousands of years and was about to enter the grave. However, Saint Concubine knew that she was a Dosheng. Her cultivation was deep and unfathomable. Thousands of years ago, she was also famous for her beauty. She was a rare, peerless beauty. However, no matter how high her cultivation was, She couldn't stop the erosion of time, which was why she looked like this. Disciple Fong Lingming greets ancestor. The saint concubine bowed respectfully. You, what business do you have with me? The old woman glanced at the saint concubine and said. The saint concubine quickly took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to the old woman with both hands. Ancestor, this is a medicinal pill for you from disciple. A medicinal pill? The old woman sneered and waved her hand. I don't need any medicinal pills. You can leave. The ancestor told you to leave. Why haven't you left yet? The two old women guarding the door stepped forward and said coldly to the saint concubine. Ancestor, this is a low-grade mystic class beauty pill. The saint concubine quickly added. The old woman, who was about to return to her room, suddenly stopped and turned around to stare at the saint concubine. What did you just say? What medicinal pill is this? Ancestor, this is a low-grade mystic class beauty pill. Beauty pill? Hasn't this pill been lost for tens of thousands of years? How can there be such a pill in this world? The old woman moved and appeared in front of the saint concubine. She grabbed the bottle and poured the beauty pill on her palm. The strange fragrance of the beauty pill immediately spread. The old woman's nose twitched, and her eyes showed a trace of shock. This aura, is it life? An ecstatic expression appeared on her face. Under the reflection of the wrinkles on her face, she looked especially ferocious. The two old women guarding the door didn't believe it, as if the saint concubine was a liar. They reminded her. Grandmother, be careful, this is poison. Whether it is poison or not, I know. The old woman snorted and swallowed the pill. Then, she experienced everything that the saint concubine had experienced. The dark spots on her skin first disappeared, then the wrinkles. Finally, her skin gradually changed from dark yellow to white and tight. The two old women guarding the door looked at this scene in shock. Their mouths were slightly open, but they couldn't say anything. After a few breaths, an extremely beautiful middle-aged woman appeared in front of everyone. No one could believe that just a moment ago, she looked like a monster that was about to enter the earth. She touched her face with her hand, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. She laughed loudly. My appearance has recovered to that of a 300-year-old. This is the beauty pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. It really has such a miraculous effect. Ah! Congratulations, grandmother, on eternal youth. The two old women bowed with envy. Then, they secretly glanced at the saint concubine, and an idea came to mind. The beautiful woman smiled at the saint concubine and said, All these years, countless descendants have offered me so-called treasures, but none of them can compare to your beauty-suppressing pill. Tell me, what do you want? The saint concubine quickly said. This disciple doesn't want anything. As long as ancestor is happy, this disciple will be happy. You don't want anything. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes and looked at the saint concubine for a while. Then, she slowly said, From now on, your bloodline can directly claim to be my, Shengnan's, successor. The two old women guarding the door were shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 256. A Conspiracy. Get up. Do you still have the beauty pill? Fong Xingnan smiled. The saint consort hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, This pill was refined by an alchemist subordinate of this disciple. If there are enough spiritual materials, there will be an endless supply. Among your subordinates, there is an alchemist who can refine this pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Do you know where he came from? Fong Xingnan was slightly surprised. The saint consort said, This disciple has already investigated. He is a disciple of the Qin Tang Empire's champion marquis. His family is clean. His father is the champion marquis of the Qin Tang Empire, and his mother was a maid who died when she gave birth to him. There is no way he has any relationship with the other 8 clans. He is definitely not a spy. Fong Xingnan nodded. If that is the case, this child needs to be trained well. It is not impossible to choose a woman from the Fong family to marry him. She paused, then continued. Do you know what spiritual materials he needs to refine the beauty pill? The blood essence of a 7th-grade dragon. The bloodline concentration must be above 95%. The saint consort said. Dragon blood essence? No wonder this pill was lost. I happen to have 2 bottles here. Take them to him. When the time comes, send someone to deliver the beauty pill to me. 2 crystal bottles suddenly appeared in Fong Xingnan's hands. A dragon aura slowly seeped out from the bottles. She handed them to the saint consort and said, The Fong family has been closely watched by the 3 dragon clans. It is not easy to kill a dragon, but for the beauty pill it is worth the risk. After a while, I will send more dragon blood essence. I hope you do not disappoint me. This disciple will not disappoint ancestor. The saint consort took the dragon blood essence and nodded firmly. The White Tiger Empire. The capital. In an inn. When do we leave this place? Li Macho said lightly. Ning Qi said, Right now there are 2 grandmasters following me. They may be standing at the door. It will not be easy to leave. Li Macho frowned. Ning Qi smiled and said, Don't worry. When the saint concubine of Cold Sky comes back, I'll reason with her. She can't lock me up in the capital for the rest of my life, can she? He took out a few bottles of low-grade profound chi-gathering pills and threw them to Li Macho. You can cultivate here for the time being. With that, Ning Qi turned around and left. Fong Shu and Fong Qin looked at his back and frowned. Fong Qin said, I've seen her. She's just a doeling. She should be his woman, but she hid here. Maybe she's afraid of being seen by the 9th princess. Fong Shu said in a low voice, If that's the case, could it be that between him and the 9th princess there really is adultery? Fong Qin nodded. These matters are not under our control. We should follow him well. I heard that the blood evil ancestor is a lunatic. He might really ignore the consequences and personally attack to kill him. That would be troublesome. I heard that the blood evil ancestor is a 2-star dozong. Even if the 2 of us joined hands, we would not be a match for him. Fong Shu said. Ning Qi returned to the 9th princess residence and looked at the progress of Little Purple's transformation. It was estimated that it would take 3 or 4 months. Then he fed Little Gold and let the little white horse out for a stroll in the yard. He suddenly felt that this kind of life was too idle. I want to advance to the King of Do. I want to earn Dragon Slayer coins. I want to make a comeback. Just as Ning Qi was muttering to himself, a eunuch walked into the 9th princess residence with an imperial edict. Everyone hurriedly came to the eunuch. By the will of the heavens, the White Tiger Saint Emperor summons Ning Qi to the Lotus Hall of the palace. The eunuch conveyed the imperial edict and left in a hurry. He did not ask for any rewards. The unruly princess looked at the imperial edict suspiciously and whispered, Why does father want to see you? He never cares about these things. Ning Qi was stunned. Could it be that the White Tiger Empire is managed by the saint concubine of Cold Sky? Your father only buries his head in training? The unruly princess nodded. She felt that Ning Qi's reaction was a little exaggerated. Isn't it? Only when father's cultivation becomes stronger will the White Tiger Empire become stronger. If he spends time managing these trivial matters, who would be able to train in peace? That's true. But Your Highness, quickly think, why does the White Tiger Saint Emperor want to see me? After all, the other party was an existence of the Do Zun level. Although he did not know how many stars, Ning Qi's heart felt a little numb. He could still remain calm in the face of a 1-star Dozong, but if a Do Zun wanted his life, 100,000 HP was not enough. He would probably die with a flick of a finger. How would I know? Why don't I go with you? The unruly princess rolled her eyes and said. Wu Maji hurriedly reminded in a low voice. The Saint Emperor only wants to see Master Ning. I'm afraid it will not be good if Your Highness goes there rashly. Alright, I have to go even if it's a tiger's den. But why is that eunuch leaving so quickly? If he does not lead the way, how would I know where the Lotus Hall is? How about this, let Wu Ma Ji lead you there. Alright. In the palace, Ning Qi followed Wu Ma Ji in a long and changing corridor. From time to time, he would meet palace maids and eunuchs who would greet him. It seemed that as the chief of the White Tiger Alchemy Room, his portrait had been spread throughout the palace. Aya, isn't this Master Ning? Suddenly, an incomparably flirtatious woman led a group of palace maids and blocked the path of Ning Qi and Wu Ma Ji. A young lady you are? Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of doubt. What young lady? This is the heaven-stabilizing sacred concubine. A palace maid scolded. Heaven-stabilizing sacred concubine? It seemed that he had to ask the unruly princess how many sacred concubines there were in the palace. Ning Qi cupped his hands together and said with a smile, I greet the heaven-stabilizing sacred concubine. Oh, Master Ning need not be so polite. The real person is even more handsome than the portrait. At such a young age, your alchemy skills are already so extraordinary. In the future, you will definitely become an alchemy king. I wonder if Master Ning is free tomorrow? I have prepared a banquet. Master Ning, come along. The heaven-stabilizing sacred concubine said with a smile. This, Wu Ma Ji took a step forward and said in a low voice, Sacred concubine, please step aside. The Saint Emperor wants to see Master Ning now. As for the banquet, let's talk about it later. The heaven-stabilizing sacred concubine was not angry. She smiled at Ning Qi and said, Then it's a deal. Master Ning must come. After that, she smiled with a group of palace maids and walked past Ning Qi. Ning Qi's expression suddenly changed. At that moment, he felt someone pinch his D**CK. Looking up, he could see an inexplicable smile on the heaven-stabilizing sacred concubine's side face. Damn it, what kind of palace is this? Is it so thirsty? Is the unruly princess's father really so busy with cultivation that he doesn't care about women? Ning Qi's face was full of shock. Chapter 257. The third princess flew into a rage out of shame. Oh, then let's go. Ning Qi turned his head and said. Soon, the two arrived at the Lotus Hall. Two groups of guards stood at the entrance, all of them one-star Do Huang. Go in, I'll wait for you outside. Wu Ma Ji said. The imperial edict only summoned Ning Qi, so she wasn't qualified to enter. Ning Qi walked straight into the hall. The guards only glanced at him and didn't stop him, as if they already knew he was coming. There was no one in the Lotus Hall. Ning Qi looked around strangely, then chose a chair at random and sat down. He went in? Let's go. Yes. After waiting for about half an hour, Ning Qi finally saw a palace maid leisurely walk out from the back of the Lotus Palace. In her hands there was a plate. In addition to a cup of steaming hot tea, there was also a dark green pill on the plate. Master Ning, this is the Tianshan Snow Lotus Tea and Tianshan Snow Lotus Pill, given to you by the Saint Emperor. Please take it. The Saint Emperor will arrive in 10 minutes. The palace maid walked in front of Ning Qi and said. However, there was a strange flush on her face, which was noticed by Ning Qi. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes and glanced at the pill. The properties of the pill were clear at a glance. Top-grade yellow-level jade maiden chastity pill, the best of all pills of lust. Giving me an aphrodisiac? What the hell is this? The Saint Emperor is definitely not that bored. There are only a few people who have a grudge against me. Needless to say, it must be that brat Bai Hao. Does he want to embarrass me in the palace? Let's see how you continue acting. Ning Qi smiled slightly and simply took the tea and pills. Suddenly, he stared dumbfounded at the palace maid's back and said, What is that? The palace maid subconsciously turned her head and didn't see anything. She immediately turned back and saw that the pill in Ning Qi's hand had disappeared and he was drinking tea. The palace maid frowned slightly. Just as she was about to ask Ning Qi if he had taken the elixir, she saw that Ning Qi's face suddenly turned red and his eyes were full of desire as he looked at her. He ate it. The palace maid thought to herself. When Ning Qi attacked her, she moved and disappeared from the Lotus Palace at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the third princess walked out from behind. She smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Master Ning, why is your face so red?" Ning Qi gasped for breath like an angry calf, staring at the third princess. "What is Grandmaster Ning trying to do?" The third princess gently pulled down the scarf on her shoulder, revealing her fair skin. She was completely teasing Ning Qi. Ning Qi's lips curled into an evil smile as he walked towards the third princess. Meanwhile, Bai Hao appeared at the White Tiger Saint Emperor's place of seclusion. "Father, bad news. The White Tiger Pill Refinery's new chief disciple is about to do something improper to third sister." Boom! The stone door shattered. A tall and strong figure walked out. This person had an incomparably dignified face. He looked to be in his 40s, but there was an explosive power hidden in his body. Although he tried to control it, Bai Hao could not help but take 3 or 4 steps back. This person was the current Saint Emperor of the White Tiger Empire. White Tiger Saint Emperor. A 1-star Do Zun. Isn't the chief disciple of the White Tiger Pill Refinery Shi Duanjin? He dares to be rude to third sister? How does your mother discipline her subordinates? The White Tiger Saint Emperor said coldly. Bai Hao hurriedly explained the situation. Now, he is using the fact that he is the chief disciple of the White Tiger Pill Refinery to embezzle our pills. Today, third sister asked him to meet at the Lotus Palace, but he actually wants to use this to threaten and do something improper to third sister. At the end, Bai Hao's face was filled with pain and anger. "How dare you?" The White Tiger Saint Emperor snorted coldly. He grabbed Bai Hao and soared into the sky towards the Lotus Palace. "Come, follow your desires, don't restrain yourself." The third princess smiled at Ning Qi charmingly. Ning Qi was almost pressed against her. Just when the third princess thought that he was going to make a move, Ning Qi's eyes instantly became extremely clear. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He said, "I really didn't expect that the imperial family of the White Tiger Empire would choose such a despicable method to deal with me. Pretending to be the Saint Emperor and giving an imperial edict? Giving me an aphrodisiac? The princess personally seducing me? Ha ha, what a joke!" As he spoke, he retreated, creating a large distance between him and the third princess. At this moment, the third princess's face revealed a trace of shock. She looked at Ning Qi. You didn't eat that pill?" Then, her eyes flashed with anger and humiliation. She said coldly, "If you hadn't embezzled my residence's pills, I wouldn't have resorted to such a method. However, all I need to do now is to rip off my clothes. When the time comes, you won't be able to explain yourself." As she spoke, she was about to make a move, but the door was already opened. The White Tiger Saint Emperor and Bai Hao entered together. "Father!" The third princess's face instantly became incomparably pale. In order not to be at a disadvantage, she had deliberately controlled the time. However, it was now too late to frame Ning Qi. The White Tiger Saint Emperor looked at the two of them. He frowned slightly and said to Bai Hao, "Didn't you say that this person was up to no good?" Bai Hao's face was ashen. His lips moved. He didn't have the guts to point to black and white in the situation in front of him. He could only remain silent. "I am Ning Qi. Greetings, Saint Emperor." Ning Qi bowed. "Yes, I heard that you replaced Shi Duanjin and are now the chief of the White Tiger Pill Refinement Room?" The White Tiger Saint Emperor looked at Ning Qi. After discovering that he was only at the peak of the Dou Ling realm, his frown deepened. Ning Qi said, "Reporting to Saint Emperor, that is indeed the case. Since my beloved concubine wants you to be the chief, then be it. However, my son's portion of the pills cannot be reduced. Do you understand? The White Tiger Saint Emperor said coldly. I understand. Ning Qi nodded. The White Tiger Saint Emperor looked at him deeply before turning around and leaving. He didn't ask why he had lied about the military situation. By how blankly looked at the White Tiger Saint Emperor's back. After which, he looked at Ning Qi with resentment. He coldly snorted and also turned around to leave. He didn't communicate with the third princess. It was obvious that he hated her as well. Haha, third princess, I am sorry to disappoint you. However, didn't you get what you wanted? Your portion of the pills will be restored to normal next month. Ning Qi looked at the third princess mockingly. Since the White Tiger Saint Emperor had personally spoken, he had to give him face. Don't be too happy. The third princess coldly looked at Ning Qi. To be honest, the third princess was really beautiful just now. I almost couldn't control myself. Such an erotic dance is comparable to the singers of the Red Sun Empire. Thank you, third princess, for letting me enjoy such a good show. I will take my leave first, Ning Qi said with a smile. He cupped his hands together and turned around to leave. Damn it. He actually compared me to the singers. Chapter 258. An encounter with the demon dragon king outside the Lotus Palace. Wu Maji and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the White Tiger Saint Emperor leave, followed by Bai Hao, and then she saw Ning Qi walk out. What happened? Wu Maji immediately asked. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. It's just a small matter. It's settled. She had seen the White Tiger Saint Emperor bringing Bai Hao to the Lotus Palace, and she thought that Ning Qi had offended the White Tiger Saint Emperor in some way. She didn't expect the White Tiger Saint Emperor to leave the Lotus Palace after a few breaths. Why did he summon Ning Qi in such a short time? A few days after returning to the princess mansion, holy concubine Cold Sky returned to the imperial capital. She had Fang Qin and Fang Shu call Ning Qi into the imperial palace. Greetings, sacred concubine. Ning Qi cupped his hands. A smile appeared on the Saintess Coldski's beautiful face. She said to Ning Qi, I'm very satisfied with your beauty-suppressing pill. You can have these 2 bottles of Dragon Clan blood. Refine 2 more pills for me. Another 2 bottles of Dragon Clan blood essence? Ning Qi was overjoyed as he received it and took a look. He discovered that the purity was above 95%. In that case, together with snow spirits and the 3 bottles from the previous time, he had a total of 6 bottles of blood essence. He was just short of 4 bottles to incubate the ancient sky dragon egg. Sacred concubine, I'll go and refine it now. Ning Qi laughed. After staying in the alchemy room for 2 days and 2 nights, Ning Qi walked out with a tired face. He handed the inferior-grade Profound Tier Beauty Calming pills to the sacred concubine. These 2 pills had cost him another 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Now, he only had 35,700 Dragon Slayer coins left. He was 1 step away from the Heaven Tier Martial Technique, World's Edge Bright Moon Saber. Not bad. Cold Sky Saint Concubine took the pill and glanced at it. She was very satisfied with Ning Qi. Up until now, his success rate had been 100% and he hadn't wasted a single bottle of Dragon Clan's blood essence. This kind of alchemy technique was indeed not something that Shi Duanjin could compare with. Sacred concubine, can I take a few months off? Seeing that she was very happy, Ning Qi immediately struck while the iron was hot. How many months of leave? What are you going to do? Saint Consort Cold Sky frowned. I need to make a trip to the Cloud Rising sect. It won't take long to go there and back. If the sacred concubine needs me to refine the beauty-suppressing pill, you can wait until I return. Ning Qi laughed. Cloud Rising sect? What can you do in Cloud Rising sect? Saint Consort Cold Sky had a suspicious look on her face. There were a total of 36 top sects in the eastern Xianland. Each sect had at least 1 Doshing. The Cloud Rising sect was one of them. There were 2 Doshings in the sect, and it was ranked in the top 10 among the 36 top sects. It was several hundred times stronger than the White Tiger Empire. Why would Ningqi, a peak Do Ling from the Qin Tang Empire, want to go to the Cloud Rising sect? I have a personal matter to discuss. What do you think, sacred concubine? Ningqi forced a smile. The Cloud Rising sect isn't too far from here. With me carrying you, we'll be able to return in a month. Saint Consort Cold Sky smiled. Will you take me there? Ningqi's expression instantly became a little unnatural. What? You're not willing? Saint Consort Cold Sky sneered. She knew what this kid was going to do. Not at all. It's just that I can't believe it. Sacred Consort, you're so precious that you would personally take me to the Cloud Rising sect. I'm flattered. Ningqi smiled awkwardly. Sacred Consort, why don't we go on your behalf? Fang Qin said with a frown. Yes. Fang Shu nodded. No need. Before returning to the Fang clan, Saint Consort Cold Sky might have let Fang Qin and Fang Shu take charge of this matter. However, now that the old ancestor valued Ningqi so much, Saint Consort Cold Sky did not want any accidents to happen. It was safer to go personally. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. After saying that, Saint Consort Cold Sky directly grabbed Ningqi by his collar and flew out of the palace. Everyone who saw this scene was secretly shocked. She was very fast, and the wind kept pouring into Ningqi's mouth. He hurriedly shouted, Sacred Consort, slow down. I have a companion who wants to go with me. Don't push your luck. I know you have another woman outside. Don't forget, Little Nine is interested in you, and I also want to introduce a woman from the Fang clan to you. As for that woman, forget about her. Saint Consort Cold Sky chuckled. What? Introduce a woman from the Fang clan to me? You're asking me to marry into the Fang clan. Ningqi was instantly shocked. Was the influence of the beauty-calming pill really that strong? Ningqi fell into deep thought. Saint Consort Cold Sky cast a sidelong glance at Ningqi, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. The Cloud Rising sect was located in the north of Dongxian. In just one day, she had flown hundreds of thousands of li with Ningqi. This kind of speed was too terrifying. Because of the speed, a layer of ice formed on Ningqi's body. Sacred Consort, I'm cold. Ningqi said pitifully. You're not cold. Hold on a little longer. We'll arrive at the Cloud Rising sect soon. After you're done with your business, return to the White Tiger Empire. I won't mistreat you. Saint Consort Cold Sky smiled. Not only did she not slow down, but she actually increased her speed. Ningqi rolled his eyes and glanced at Saint Consort Cold Sky's beautiful face. He thought to himself, when I become a Do Emperor, I'll let you come to my residence to wash clothes. As a laundry girl. Just as he was fantasizing, Saint Consort Cold Sky's speed suddenly slowed down until she finally stopped in midair. Ningqi curiously followed her gaze and saw that on the peak of a mountain, not far away, there was a huge battle going on. An incomparably large black-colored dragon, that was over 200 feet long, was entangled with an ordinary-looking lady. From the situation of the battle, one could tell that the enormous dragon was at least rank 7, while the lady was at least a 1-star dozone. A rank 7 dragon. If I can obtain its essence blood, it'll be another beauty-calming pill. Saint Consort Cold Sky's face revealed a wild joy. At this time, the other side also noticed that a new dozone had arrived. They each retreated a certain distance and looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky. Ningqi saw the dragon's eyes and felt that they were somewhat familiar. It seemed to be. It's you. The black dragon roared, and black smoke immediately emitted from its body. After a few breaths, the black dragon turned into a black-clothed youth, glaring at Ningqi with incomparable anger. Duh! Demon Dragon King, Ningqi was stunned. Demon Dragon King? The demon dragon from the Mountain Sea region? You know each other? Saint Consort Cold Sky was shocked. Not only do I know him, I even abducted his wife. This is going to be troublesome. Ning Qi bitterly laughed in his heart. Where is Xueling? Tell me quickly. The demon dragon king growled. If it wasn't for the fact that Saint Consort Cold Sky made him somewhat afraid, he would have already captured Ning Qi and searched his soul. Demon Dragon King, why are you looking for Xueling? I'm telling you, she has already returned to her family. Why aren't you finding a corner to hide in? If the elders in her family know that you not only killed her guard Kuang Feng, but also imprisoned her, wanting to defile her, they will definitely send rank 8 or 9 dragons to take your life. Chapter 259. Leave my blood and scram, so it's because of that snow dragon. Cold Sky Saint Consort suddenly understood. This indirectly proved that Ning Qi had a close relationship with the Snow Dragon clan. Her desire to recruit Ning Qi grew stronger. If I tie him to the Fang clan will be able to establish a relationship with the Snow Dragon clan. That's an ancient dragon clan no weaker than the 3 great dragon clans. At that time, the Fang clan will be at the top of the 9 great clans. Cold Sky Saint Consort thought to herself. And how dare you threaten me? Die. The demon dragon king roared and spat out a mouthful of black flame toward Cold Sky Saint Consort and Ning Qi. Cold Sky Saint Consort's face turned cold. An ice wall suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the black flame. But the ice wall melted and disappeared along with the black flame. Who are you? Why are you protecting this ant? The demon dragon king coldly looked at Cold Sky Saint Consort. Cold Sky Saint Consort sneered. I am Cold Sky Saint Consort of the White Tiger Empire. I don't care what grudge you have with him. Leave your blood and scram. How domineering! Ning Qi praised in his mind. Cold Sky Saint Consort? Shock flashed through the demon dragon king's eyes. Although the opponent's cultivation was lower than his, Cold Sky Saint Consort's background made him fearful. The Fang clan. That was a top clan with a Do Di. The woman who was fighting with the demon dragon king revealed a look of surprise when she heard the name Cold Sky Saint Consort. She couldn't help but look at Ning Qi curiously. Then, her eyes widened and shrank. This guy is from the White Tiger Empire. This woman was none other than the Thousand Faces spiritual master that Murong Wudi was extremely afraid of. She had the same goal as the Demon Dragon King, and that was to find Ning Qi. Could it be that the White Tiger Empire knows what I'm preparing for? Doubt flashed through the Thousand Faces spiritual master's heart. At this moment, the Demon Dragon King made a difficult decision. He crazily laughed 3 times and shouted at Cold Sky Saint Consort, Bitch! You're just a 1-star dozone. I can kill you with one hand. If you don't hand him to me today, I don't care who's behind you, you can forget about leaving this place. What? The Saint Concubine was shocked by the dragon's attitude. Did this dragon not know that she was from the Fang clan? After a moment of surprise, a trace of anger rose on her face. Then let's see if you can really kill me with one hand, Demon Dragon King. She casually pressed a few acupuncture points on Ning Qi's body, then placed him in a safe place. She then took the initiative to rush towards the Demon Dragon King. And since you dare to offend me, I'll kill you first today. The Demon Dragon King roared and transformed into his dragon form, biting towards the Saint Concubine. Ning Qi stood motionlessly on a huge rock. When he saw this scene, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. If they wanted to beat him, then beat him. Why did they have to seal his acupuncture point? What if a demonic beast appeared? The Demon Dragon King had thought that the sacred concubine was only a 1-star dozone and would be easy to deal with. However, after the battle, he realized that he was wrong. His strength was equivalent to a 9-star dozone, but at this moment, he was completely suppressed by the sacred concubine. As expected of a disciple of the Fang clan. A trace of shock flashed through the Thousand Faces Taoist's eyes. Whether it was martial skills or battle awareness, the sacred concubine was superior to the demon dragon king. Each of her punches and kicks contained a great amount of strength. She ignored the difference in strength between the two of them and gained the upper hand in a short period of time. So strong! Ningqi was dumbfounded. All this time, he had thought that the sacred concubine's strength was only that of a one-star dozong on the surface. He didn't expect that she had the ability to fight above her rank, just like him. The fact that she married into the White Tiger Empire means that her position in the Fang clan is very ordinary. If even she has this kind of strength, then wouldn't the true genius of the Fang clan be even more terrifying? Eternal winter. The sacred concubine coldly snorted. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and the demon dragon king's movements became noticeably slower. It was as if his joints were frozen. Crystal-clear snowflakes floated down from the bright sun in the sky. She took this opportunity to punch the demon dragon king's head. The demon dragon king howled miserably and landed heavily on the mountain peak. His incomparably large body directly smashed half of the mountain peak. "You still think that you can kill me with one hand?" The sacred concubine looked down at the battered demon dragon king with a wooden expression. "Damned human! Don't forget that on this continent, the dragon clan reigns supreme." The demon dragon king roared, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky again. Then, he looked at the Thousand Faces Taoist who hadn't moved yet. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly join forces with me to deal with this bitch. As long as you kill her, the entire Mountain Sea region will be yours. I will also help you deal with the 100 Herb sect, and I will help you destroy the Qin Tang Empire. Are you serious?" The Thousand Faces Taoist's eyes brightened. "I swear on the name of the Dragon Clan that what I said just now is absolutely true." The demon dragon king roared. "Good." The Thousand Faces Taoist immediately flew to his side and looked at the sacred concubine. The sacred concubine frowned slightly. "I don't know where you came from, but have you thought it through? If you join forces with this demon dragon to deal with me, you will have to face the wrath of the White Tiger Empire." The Thousand Faces Taoist smiled and ignored the sacred concubine. Instead, he looked at the demon dragon king and said, "Can you hand that kid over to me after you interrogate him?" She pointed at Ningqi. "What? What do you want him for?" The demon dragon king looked at the Thousand Faces Taoist coldly. "I have my reasons. If you agree, I will act. If not, I will turn around and leave." The Thousand Faces Taoist smiled. "Good. As long as I ask for Schwelling's whereabouts, I will hand him over to you. Are you satisfied now?" The demon dragon king said coldly. "Very good." The Thousand Faces Taoist looked at the sacred concubine and smiled. "Sacred concubine, if you weren't from the Fang clan, would you be qualified to stand before us today? The heavens are really unfair. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, while others have to go through untold hardships to step onto the path of cultivation. Today, I also want to see how strong the Fang clan's descendants are. Enough nonsense. Both of you come at me together." The sacred concubine sneered. The demon dragon king and the Thousand Faces Taoist glanced at each other and attacked the sacred concubine at the same time. Both of them were 9-star dozong, which put a great deal of pressure on the sacred concubine. Ningqi looked at the three people fighting and frowned. "Destroy the 100 Grass sect and the Qin Tang Empire? Who is this woman? Why does she want to capture me?" Many mysteries appeared in Ningqi's mind. The battle lasted for half an hour. The nearby mountains were shattered and broken, almost creating a hole in the ground. However, they were very cooperative and didn't let the battle affect Ningqi. The sacred concubine was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She had already suffered serious injuries. The demon dragon king and the Thousand Faces Taoist weren't any better. The demon dragon king had lost more than half of his scales, revealing his bloody flesh. Chapter 260. Things were getting out of hand. Don't hold back. Kill her with everything you've got. The demon dragon king roared, and black smoke rose from his body. His body instantly grew by half. His already huge body was now like a dark cloud, covering the sky and covering the sun. As his body grew, so did his aura. Right now, the demon dragon king had the power of a peak grandmaster. The corner of the thousand faces' mouth curled into a mocking smile. Looking at the saint concubine, he said, "You're the second person to make me use this technique." As soon as she finished speaking, her hands formed a seal. Blood ignition technique, shatter the mountains and rivers. Pale golden fighting energy revolved around her. In the sky, a blade that was hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared. It slashed toward the saint concubine. The blade came from the void, and it seemed as if it would cleave the saint concubine and the ground beneath her in two. The saint concubine looked at this coldly. Suddenly, she raised her hands. Birth of the blood moon. Above her head, a full moon appeared. Different from a real moon, it was red. The red of fresh blood, giving off a bloody feeling. The Fong family's heaven-class martial technique? A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the thousand-faced spiritual master and the demon dragon king, but at this point in the battle, they could only advance and not retreat. Boom! A huge cloud of dust filled the sky. Did the saint concubine lose or win? Ning-Chi stared at the cloud of dust. But he couldn't see the situation of the three. He had to wait for the dust to disperse to know the result. After almost the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the dust gradually settled on the ground. Ning-Chi looked in front of him in shock. Not only was there a bottomless ravine on the ground, there was also a huge pit. If this pit was filled with water, it would be a lake. Before the battle, this place was still flat. Phew, he sighed in relief. Up in the sky, the saint concubine was still standing in the air with a cold face. There were no wounds on her. It was obvious that the opponent's ultimate technique hadn't hurt her. The demon dragon king and the thousand faces were different. One of them had a broken wing, while the other had half of his face sliced off, revealing his white bones. Saint Concubine Cold Sky slowly said, "Now, have you all witnessed the power of the Fong clan? You can protect him now, but you can't protect him forever." The demon dragon king roared, turned into a black light and ran away. As for the thousand faces spiritual master beside him, she had already disappeared without a trace. Ning-Chi didn't even see how she ran. She simply came and went without a trace. Saint Concubine Cold Sky slowly landed beside Ning-Chi and unsealed her acupoints. "Congratulations, Sacred Concubine, congratulations, Sacred Concubine, Sacred Concubine is mighty." Before she could finish her flattery, the Saint Concubine suddenly collapsed on top of Ning-Chi. Her eyes were closed, and her aura was extremely weak, as if her life force had been sucked away. Was she forcefully holding on just now? Ning-Chi hugged the Cold Sky Saint Concubine, a trace of fear flashing through his eyes. If he had been any later, both he and the Saint Concubine would have died here today. "Since you saved me, I'll save you too." Without thinking, Ning-Chi took out a medicinal pill from his spatial bag, which contained high-grade Earthstep spring return pills, and fed it to the Saint Concubine. The Saint Concubine's throat moved, and she swallowed the pill. "Something's wrong with this taste?" Ning-Chi's nose twitched and then he frowned. Suddenly remembering something, his expression changed, and he quickly searched through his spatial bag. Medicinal pills appeared in his hand. Where did the Jade Maiden Chastity Loss pill go? It's as green as the Spring Return pill. Could it be as expected? He looked at the Saint Concubine. Not only did her aura not grow stronger, but it was also growing weaker and faster. I've sinned. Ning-Chi hurriedly took out a high-grade Earthstep spring return pill and fed it to the Saint Concubine. Only then did her complexion recover, and her aura grew stronger, but she was still panting. "I hope there aren't any side effects." Ning-Chi lowered his head, looking at the saint concubine's beautiful face, and muttered worriedly. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the saint concubine's eyes suddenly opened. Saint concubine, you're awake. Ning Qi's face lit up. But right now, the saint concubine's eyes were watery, and she didn't care that she was still in Ning Qi's arms. She just stared at Ning Qi. A faint fragrance came out of her mouth, and it sprayed on Ning Qi's face. The next moment, rip, Ning Qi's clothes were torn to shreds. Saint concubine, what are you doing? It's over. Even a grandmaster can't resist this medicine? Ning Qi was furious. The saint concubine was in a daze, and there was no way she could hear Ning Qi's words. She stared straight at Ning Qi, and the corners of her mouth curled into an evil smile. Rip! Ning Qi's pants were also torn to shreds. He knew that if the saint concubine had her way, he'd probably be reduced to ashes when she woke up, so he used the 18 subduing dragon palms. But it was completely useless. The difference in their cultivation was too great. After a miserable struggle, Ning Qi finally gave up. The sun set, the moon rose, the moon set, the sun rose. This cycle went on for 7 days and 7 nights. Then, with a loud cry, the place became incomparably quiet. The saint concubine's eyes were closed, and her head rested on Ning Qi's chest. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes. Ning Qi quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. No need to pretend. I know you're awake. The saint concubine said indifferently. Ning Qi gathered his courage and opened his eyes. Saint concubine, it's a misunderstanding. What did you give me? There was no emotion in the saint concubine's voice. It's like this. I saw that you were seriously injured, so I wanted to give you a high-grade Earthstep rejuvenation pill to prolong your life, but I mistakenly took the Jade Maiden Chastity pill. The two are very similar, so I was anxious. Oh right, by how planned to use this pill to fray me. He's the real culprit. Ning Qi hurriedly explained. However, the saint consort's deeply hidden killing intent gradually faded. She stood up and picked up the clothes that had fallen to the ground. After putting them back on, she said to Ning Qi in a cold voice, If a third party learns of what happened today, I will kill you. Then, she turned to leave. For some reason, Ning Qi asked, You're not going to send me to the Cloud Rising sect? Go by yourself. Just remember to go back to the White Tiger Empire. The saint concubine's voice was still ringing in his ears, but she'd already disappeared into the horizon. It's over just like that? She didn't kill me? Ning Qi sat up and murmured to himself. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he hurriedly searched the ground and found the torn clothes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My clothes were torn, but her clothes were fine. How can I explain this? Chapter 261. Little Z comes out, I should kill him. But no one will refine the beauty pill if I kill him. The pill is very important to the family. Yes, I'm doing it for the family. The saint concubine looked determined, but she couldn't forget the scene of 7 days and 7 nights, White Tiger Empire. The imperial capital. After the saint concubine returned to the palace, Fang Qin and Fang Shu were surprised. Didn't the saint concubine take Ning Qi to the Cloud Rising sect? Why did she come back? Fang Qin. The saint concubine said lightly. Yes, saint concubine. What can I do for you? Fang Qin stepped forward. Go to that inn and tell the woman who came with Ning Qi to go back. There's no need to wait for him. Yes. Although Fang Qin was full of doubts, she nodded obediently and turned to leave. Before long, she appeared in front of Li Macho. Who are you? Li Macho frowned and looked at Fang Qin vigilantly. Fang Qin said expressionlessly, I know you're Ning Qi's woman. But the saint concubine ordered you to leave immediately. Don't wait for Ning Qi anymore. He's not in the imperial capital now. To Fang Qin's surprise, Li Macho didn't even ask. She stood up and left. Why is she so calm? Could it be that her relationship with Ning Qi isn't what I thought it was? A trace of doubt rose in Fang Qin's heart. After leaving the inn, Li Macho left the imperial capital through the south gate and headed for the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Qi had an agreement with her. If there was any accident and they were separated, she could choose to go back to the Qin Tang Empire or the Cloud Rising sect. In the palace, Saint Concubine, she's already left the White Tiger Empire. Fang Qin stood behind the Saint Concubine and said in a low voice, "Yes, I see. You can leave." The Saint Concubine said lightly. The two women looked at each other and left. When there was only the Saint Concubine left in the hall, her eyes showed a complicated expression. Well, there are still 230,000 miles from here to the Cloud Rising sect. How long will it take? We still have to wait for Little Purple to complete her transformation. Ning Qi wore a grass skirt made of banana leaves and held a map he had bought from the dragon-slaying mall. The map covered about 1/10 of Dongxian. It cost Ning Qi 100 Dragon Slayer coins. System, is there any way to speed up Little Purple's transformation? Ning Qi asked. The host's demonic pet, the purple lightning bird, is currently at 78.6%. It can be used to spend 2,140 dragon slaughtering coins to directly reach 100%. Cheaper? One price, 2,100 dragon slaughtering coins. Alright, 2140 it is. Just deduct it. Hurry up, Ning Qi said impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, 2140 dragon slayer coins were deducted, and then, ding! Congratulations to host's demonic pet, Violet Lightning Bird, for completing its transformation. Ning Qi immediately released Little Violet from the demon pet space. Little Purple, who had already become an inferior 6th-level demonic beast, was a size bigger than before. Purple lightning flickered on its body, and there were 3 rainbow-colored feathers on its forehead. The moment Little Purple appeared, it immediately used its mouth to touch Ning Qi's head intimately. Then, it chirped and soared into the sky, flying for about 10 minutes before returning to Ning Qi's side. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It opened its mouth and looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Ning Qi directly grabbed a large handful of yellow-level supreme-grade spirit-fostering pills from the space bag and threw them into Little Purple's mouth. Chirp, chirp. Little Gold, who had been standing on his shoulder, saw this and wanted to snatch the food from the bird's mouth. However, it was slapped to the ground by Little Purple's wings, unable to move. I'll let you guys eat to your heart's content today. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth hooked up into a smile. With a flash of white light, the little white horse was also released from the demon pet space. When it sensed Little Violet's aura, it immediately hid behind Ning Qi. It was obvious that it had a deep shadow in its heart towards Little Violet. One for each person, don't quarrel, don't fight, understand? Ning Qi directly took out all the spirit-fostering pills and divided them into 3 portions. In the end, there were only about 200 pills left in the space bag. Seeing this, Little Gold directly jumped into the pill sea and ate with relish. The little white horse glanced at Little Purple and saw that it was quickly devouring the spirit-fostering pills. The clever little white horse opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed all the pills into its stomach in 3 to 5 bites, regardless of whether it could digest it or not. In short, it didn't want to let Little Purple take advantage of it. Little Purple was the first to finish eating. It immediately glanced at the little white horse, but was shocked to find that it was swallowing the last pill. The little white horse snorted and looked at Little Purple proudly, as if saying, "Little guy, you can't snatch it this time." It had eaten at least 8,000 pills, if not 10,000, so after the effect of the pills, it was immediately bathed in a white light and was about to advance again. Ning Qi took it back into the demon pet space. At this time, Little Gold was fighting with Little Purple. It was obviously no match for it, and most of the pills were taken away by Little Purple. The angry Little Gold ran to Ning Qi's shoulder, grabbed Ning Qi's ear with one paw, and pointed at Little Purple with the other, chirping. Little Purple, didn't I say that one for each person, no one should snatch the other? Ning-Chi said in a deep voice. Little Purple immediately stretched its head over, opened its mouth, and spat out more than a dozen spirit-fostering pills. But Ning-Chi just saw it eat at least hundreds of pills in one bite. All right, it has returned the pill to you. Hurry up and eat it. Ning-Chi comforted Little Gold, and Little Gold jumped down to pick up a pill and gnawed on it. Perhaps because Little Purple was staring at it covetously, it ate the pills much faster. It almost ate one pill in one bite, but its stomach did not bulge. By the time Little Gold finished eating, half a day had passed. Ning-Chi looked at Little Gold expectantly, but other than a little bigger, there were no other changes. Judging from its aura, it was not much different from before. Ning-Chi's face immediately fell. Don't eat spirit-fostering pills in the future, it's a waste. Go find dragon poop and eat it, Ning-Chi said. Little Gold did not care about that. It happily climbed onto Little Purple's back and squirmed around its feathers. Seeing that, Ning-Chi jumped onto Little Purple's back and pointed in the direction of Cloud Rising Sect, saying, "Fly as fast as you can." Little Purple chirped and soared into the sky, turning into a purple lightning and flying towards the north. Its speed was twice as fast as when it was at level 5. At this speed, it would not take long to reach Cloud Rising Sect. Cloud Rising Sect. It was located in the north of Dongxian. As one of the 36 top sects, its neighbors were the Jiuzhou Empire and a few other sects of the same level. Chapter 262. Cloud Rising City. What a majestic ancient city! Ning-Chi followed the map and searched all the way. In the end, he stopped in front of a city with walls that pierced the clouds and an endless stream of people. Above the city gate there were 3 large words carved out, Cloud Rising City. This must be the city built by the Cloud Rising clan. Ning-Chi thought as he walked towards the gate. Perhaps it was because he was dressed too fashionably, but he attracted many stares. There were many Emperor and Grandmaster fighters. Of course, most of them were king fighters. They looked to be about the same age as Ning-Chi and were all talented youths. When they found out that Ning-Chi was only at the peak of the fighting spirit realm, they smiled mockingly and ignored Ning-Chi. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He doesn't even have clothes on. Is he a barbarian? The entrance fee to the Cloud Rising City is not cheap. Does he have money on him? Sister, this person is so shameless. He doesn't even wear pants. At the back of the group, there were 7 or 8 young women pointing at Ning-Chi. One of them frowned at Ning-Chi and showed dissatisfaction. Don't worry about it. We are here to join the Cloud Rising clan. Don't cause trouble. The mature-looking lady in purple said softly. Yes, sister. 5 lower spiritual crystals. At the gate, the guards looked at Ning-Chi coldly. Spiritual crystals? What are they? Ning-Chi's face showed a trace of doubt. Ah, this country bumpkin doesn't even know what spiritual crystals are. No wonder he doesn't know. Spiritual crystals are only used by the upper echelons. Hey kid, you can't enter the city without spiritual crystals. Get lost. Don't block my way. A fierce-looking king fighter mocked from behind Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi looked at him coldly. A yellow-grade spirit-nurturing pill appeared in his hand. He threw it to the soldier and said, I don't have any spirit crystals. How about this yellow-grade spirit-nurturing pill? Yellow-class spirit-nurturing pill? Everyone was slightly taken aback. This was somewhat unexpected. This country bumpkin actually had such a pill? On the market, a yellow-class spirit-nurturing pill was equivalent to 10 lower spiritual crystals. Therefore, it was more than enough to enter the city. The sergeant glanced at the elixir and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand at Ning-Chi and said, Go in. Thank you. Ning-Chi nodded and strode into the city gate. People came and went in Cloud Rising City. The weakest person Ning-Chi saw was a dosher. Such people were usually street vendors who sold sesame seed cake. He was probably one of the lowest people in Cloud Rising City. "Brother," Ning Chi came to the side of a peddler and cupped his hands. Before he could finish his words, the other party waved his hand impatiently and said, "Go away, I don't give money to beggars." "Beggar?" Ning Chi glanced at the grass skirt he was wearing. Although it was a little shabby, it was very clean. How did he look like a beggar? "Can you tell me where the boutique is?" Ning Chi laughed. "Why should I tell you? Unless you buy me a piece of sesame seed cake." The man rolled his eyes at Ning Chi. "Oh, how much is a piece of sesame seed cake?" Ning Chi asked. The man thought that Ning Chi would turn around and leave. He did not expect Ning Chi to ask about the price in such a serious manner. Seeing this, a shrewd look flashed in the man's eyes. He said, "A piece of lower spiritual crystal." Many passers-by heard this and turned to look at him. Seeing Ning Chi's rustic look, they smiled gloatingly. "A piece of lower spiritual crystal, right?" Ning Chi smiled and took out a yellow-level spirit cultivation pill. He threw it on the ground and said, "Is this enough?" Yellow-level spirit cultivation pill. The peddler's eyes flashed with surprise and he hurriedly threw himself to the ground. He picked up the pill and blew on it. After confirming that it was not fake, he nodded like a chick and said, "Enough, enough. Now can you tell me how to get to the boutique?" Ning Chi looked at him coldly. "Go this way, then turn left and go straight. You will see it." The peddler tried to please Ning Chi and showed him the way. At the same time, he was shocked. He did not expect that Ning Chi, dressed like this, would sell a yellow-level spirit cultivation pill. He did not seem to care at all. What did this mean? It meant that Ning Chi's wealth was not as simple as it looked. The passers-by who were watching the show had the same thoughts as the peddler. At the back of the crowd, a few people looked at each other. "I will inform the boss. You guys stay and watch him." "Okay." Ning Chi followed the peddler's directions and found a small shop. "Young master, are you buying clothes?" Being a one-star Douling, the manager immediately stood up and greeted Ning Chi with a smile after seeing him. Ning Chi sized up the clothes that were hanging outside. His eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. These clothes were not ordinary clothes. They were fighting weapons. The lowest was an upper yellow level one. The highest was actually a Xian level one. At this moment, it was casually placed in the lobby. "Shopkeeper, how much is that?" Ning Chi pointed at the highest and most central black robe and asked. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "This flowing flame mysterious robe only costs 200 lower spiritual crystals. Since it is your first time here, I will give you a discount. 195 lower spiritual crystals. How about that?" A yellow-level spirit cultivation pill is equivalent to how many spiritual crystals? Ning Chi asked. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened. A yellow-level spirit cultivation pill is equivalent to 10 lower spiritual crystals. "Young master, do you want to use it to pay? If that is the case, I can give you a discount." "There is no need for a discount." Ning Chi took out 30 spirit cultivation pills and handed them to the shopkeeper. 20 for the clothes. "Help me change 10 into spiritual crystals." "Okay." The shopkeeper happily took the spirit cultivation pills. After a while, the grass skirt that had been with Ning Chi for a while was thrown to one side. He changed into the flowing flame mysterious robe. At the same time, in his palm, there were 10 spiritual crystals that were the size of sugar cubes in his previous life. They were translucent and faintly emitted Do Chi. "Young master, this flowing flame mysterious robe can block all attacks below a 6-star Douling. Oh, not counting those heaven's favorites, they are only normal 6-star Douling. If you pour Do Chi into it, you will be able to activate the flowing flame, which is ranked 178. It is very powerful. If you want to buy clothes in the future, you can come here. I am honest and will definitely give you the best price." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Is that so?" Ning Chi tested it out. As expected, after pouring Do Chi into the clothes, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was many times more powerful than normal flames. It was indeed a strange flame. The craftsmanship here can actually use strange flames on fighting weapons. Interesting. Ning Chi withdrew the strange flame in satisfaction and cupped his hands at the shopkeeper. He asked where the Rising Cloud sect accepted disciples and left the shop. Chapter 263. Duan Ingjun System. Help me identify what kind of item this inferior spiritual crystal is. The inferior spiritual crystal in your hand is formed from the essence of heaven and earth for hundreds of millions of years. It can be used to increase one's cultivation. Hundreds of millions of years. Ning Chi was shocked. No wonder he had never seen a spiritual crystal in the Qin Tang Empire or even the White Tiger Empire. This was the same as the jade on earth. But it had one more function than the jade, which was to increase one's cultivation. The Cloud Rising sect used spiritual crystals instead of silver and gold. The 9 States Empire and the other 9 great clans would probably do the same. At their level, silver and gold were no longer a common currency. Unknowingly, Ning Chi walked into a remote alley. A few black figures appeared in front of him. When Ning Chi saw this, he turned around and saw that there were also a few black shadows behind him. Young man, you just arrived at Cloud Rising City. How can you not pay your respects? A strong middle-aged man had a grim smile on his face as he slowly approached Ning Chi. This group of people were not weak. Each of them was a 1-star king of fighting. The middle-aged man was even a 2-star king of fighting. Ning Chi smiled. Who are you? What business do you have blocking this little brother's path? I am the guardian of the Black Tiger Gang. I see that you are here to participate in the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection, right? If you know what's good for you, then hand over 10 top-grade yellow-grade spirit-fostering pills to us as payment for the passage. Otherwise, forget about participating in the selection. We'll break your legs right now and make you a beggar in Cloud Rising City. The middle-aged man sneered. Black Tiger Gang? There are triads in Cloud Rising City? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. They thought that Ning Chi was afraid and looked him up and down with evil intentions. Suddenly, someone's eyes brightened. Flowing flame robe. Isn't that the treasure of old Wang's shop? Haha, it's worth at least 200 inferior spiritual crystals. Take it off. The middle-aged burly man smiled and said, Little brother, take off your clothes. We will give you 5 spirit-raising pills. You only need to give us 5. With my Black Tiger Gang protecting you in the future, there is no need for you to participate in the selection meet. With your peak Do Ling cultivation, you will not be able to enter the Cloud Rising sect. What if I don't? Ning Chi laughed. No, brothers, he said he won't. Ha ha ha, beat him to death. The middle-aged man first sneered a few times, then his face changed, and he roared fiercely at Ning Chi. 18 dragons subduing palms. The aura of extreme yang instantly filled the entire dark alley. After a few dry howls came from inside, Ning Chi clapped his hands and left the alley. Not long after, a group of badly battered Do Wangs walked out while leaning on the wall. This kid is so strong. What kind of martial skill is that? The 8 of us Do Wangs were no match for him. Liang Gaofei will definitely take revenge for this. Let's go and find the young sect master. He's also going to the Cloud Rising sect's selection meet this time. In the center of Cloud Rising City. Because the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection meet was in a few days, all the inns were filled with people. The streets were filled with young talents who were already Do Wangs and Do Ling Do Wangs. Some of them spoke in a language that Ning Chi couldn't understand. There were a total of 10 lines at the registration point, and they were all lined up at the corner of the street. Each line had at least 300 to 400 people. Ning Chi found the line with the least number of people and joined it. Hey, are you also here to participate in the selection meet? Not long after, A fat man in his 20s appeared behind him. He was 8 feet tall, and his waist was probably 8 feet as well. At this moment, he was holding a greasy roast goose in his hand. He was eating as he asked Ningqi. He looked stupid, but his cultivation was a 1-star Do Wang, and he was not much older than Ningqi. Yes. Ningqi nodded. The system told him to go to Cloud Rising sect. After thinking about it, Ningqi could only choose to become an outer disciple. If he sneaked in without permission, he might lose his life. Haha, me too, woo woo. The fat man stuffed the roast goose in his hand into his stomach and used his greasy hand to pat Ningqi's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Come, let's get to know each other. I am Duan Ingjun from the Divine Dragon Mansion of the 9-State Empire." Duan Ingjun? The Divine Dragon Mansion of the 9-State Empire? Ningqi's expression changed slightly. He immediately thought of Duan Lingmei. "I am Ningqi from the White Tiger Empire." Ningqi smiled. White Tiger Empire, oh, I know, I have some impression of it. However, it is hundreds of thousands of miles away from Cloud Rising City. How did you, a mere peak Doling, get here? Duan Ingjun asked curiously. I just walked here, Ningqi said. Then your luck is really too good. Even I wouldn't dare to go that far without a few companions. Duan Ingjun sighed. He paused and said in a low voice, however, Brother Ning, do you know how strict the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection is? I would like to hear the details. Ningqi's expression changed as he smiled faintly. The Cloud Rising sect recruits outer disciples every year. However, the number of outer disciples is always maintained at 1,000. Not one more, not one less. Do you know why? Why? That's because every year the Cloud Rising sect will lose at least 1 to 200 outer sect disciples, and at most 3 to 400 outer sect disciples. They either die at the hands of the Dragon Clan, or in forbidden grounds, or in conflict. In short, if there's any danger, the outer sect disciples will be the first to face it, and then the inner sect disciples. As for the true disciples, they can only look down on everyone else. Duan Ingjun laughed coldly. Then, the next year, the Cloud Rising sect will recruit another 1,000 outer disciples. Over the years, many of my former friends and enemies have died after becoming outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. Oh? If that is the case, why are there still so many people rushing to join every year? Even now, there are at least 4,000 to 5,000 people queuing up to sign up, right? Ningqi laughed softly. That is because these people are from various large clans or sections. However, they are unwilling to be limited to this for the rest of their lives. That is why they come to try their luck. Only by becoming an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect and surviving for over 10 years will they have the chance to be promoted to an inner disciple. At that time, the training resources that they will receive will soar by 100 times. Becoming a Do Huang or even a Do Zong is not a dream. Duan Ingjun sighed and said, Thank you, Brother Duan, for telling me so much information. Ningqi cupped his hands together. Actually, the reason why I said so much is to tell you that the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection will begin in a few days. It will be very cruel. They will throw us into the vast forest and divide an area for us to fight to the death. The elders will observe from the sky. Only those who catch their eye will be taken away and become outer disciples. Those who do not catch their eye will be ignored even if they die in front of them. Brother Ning, your cultivation is too low. Look at them. They are at least a 1-star Do Wang. If they enter the selection, I'm afraid they will not be able to survive. Chapter 264. Living on the Streets? So, Brother Ning, why don't you give up? Duan Ingjun advised. I still want to give it a try. Ningqi smiled. How about this, follow me during the selection. I'll take care of you if I can. Duan Ingjun patted his chest and said, That's great. Thank you, Brother Duan. Ning Qi was pleasantly surprised. Seeing this, Duan Ingjun laughed. It's all right, it's a piece of cake. The registration for the outer sect disciple selection assembly went very smoothly. They only registered their name, age, cultivation, and origin. They didn't ask anything else. Brother Ning, do you have a place to stay? After registering, Duan Ingjun asked Ning Qi. Ning Qi said, I just arrived at Cloud Rising City and haven't found a place yet. How about this? There are 2 rooms in my rented courtyard. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place. When the selection begins, you won't be separated. Duan Ingjun invited enthusiastically. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Brother Duan. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. On the way back, Duan Ingjun kept talking and telling Ning Qi everything about Cloud Rising Sect. Ning Qi just listened quietly and nodded from time to time. Then, he expressed his opinion. Duan Ingjun followed Ning Qi's words and talked nonstop. After a short period of interaction, Ning Qi realized that Duan Ingjun was definitely a chatterbox. Oh right, Brother Duan, are you the only one from the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion to participate in the selection? Ning Qi asked. I'm not the only one. There are more than 10 people who can't survive in the Marquis Mansion. Duan Ingjun smiled bitterly. Ning Qi didn't ask why he wasn't with the 10 people. They probably didn't have a good relationship. It was better not to rub salt on their wounds. After walking for a short while, Duan Ingjun brought Ning Qi to the entrance of a small courtyard. However, the door was open and there were people talking inside. 10 lower spiritual crystals a day? That's a little expensive. Young master, the rooms here are all full recently. If you don't want to stay here, you can go to other places. You won't be able to find such a cheap place anymore. Brother, 10 crystals it is. We're only staying here for a few days anyway. Once we become outer sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect, we won't care about these spirit crystals. That's true. Alright, we'll rent it for 3 days. Alright. When Duan Ingjun heard these words, his expression became extremely angry. He angrily walked in. Ning Qi frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before following Duan Ingjun into the courtyard. In the courtyard, there were 2 young men and an old man in his 50s or 60s who looked like a merchant. Old man, it's not nice of you to do this. I was the one who rented this courtyard. Duan Ingjun said angrily to the old man. Who are you? This yard is ours now. We've given you all our spirit crystals. Among the 2 young men, the younger one looked at Duan Ingjun with disdain. The old man quickly stopped him, then looked at Duan Ingjun with a smile and said, Young Master Duan, you and this old man only had a verbal agreement before. In reality, you haven't given me your spirit crystals yet. These 2 young masters offered a higher price than you, so this old man rented the courtyard to them. Young Master Duan, please take a look at other places. Duan Ingjun's face turned red with anger. Right now, every place is full. Where do you expect me to find a house in such a short time? You're not being nice. Isn't it just spirit crystals? I said I'll give it to you later today. Don't tell me that the people of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion will go back on their word? Oh, so you're from the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. No wonder you're so arrogant. Our Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion is not afraid of you. The younger young man's lips curled into a mocking smile. After hearing Duan Ingjun's background, he showed no fear at all. The old man smiled faintly. Now that the deal is done, young Master Duan, please go back. After speaking, he smiled at the 2 young men. Young masters, please stay here peacefully. This old man will take his leave first. What? Why aren't you 2 scramming? Do you want us to make a move? After the old man left, the 2 young men looked coldly at Duan Ingjun and Ning Qi. The aura of a 3-star Do Wang slowly spread out from their bodies. Duan Ingjun's face was ashen. He wanted to quarrel with the 2 again, but Ning Qi pulled his arm and smiled. Brother Duan, since they want to stay here, let them stay. We'll look for other places. In such a big city like Cloud Rising City, are we afraid that we won't be able to find a place to stay? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you really won't be able to find it. But it's fine. We'll hide in the corner for a few nights and it'll be over. From the looks of it, you're also here to participate in the outer disciple selection. Don't let us meet you in the vast forest. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat. The other party continued to mock them. However, Duan Ingjun had already been pulled out of the courtyard by Ning Qi. Along the way, the expression on his face was still indignant. Brother Ning, I've made a fool of myself. After a while, he smiled bitterly at Ning Qi in embarrassment. No problem. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. At this time, they happened to pass by an incomparably grand building. The building was at least 1,000 feet tall. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance, their bodies emitting the aura of a Do Huang. On the door plaque were the words Immortal Pavilion. Brother Duan, can't we just stay here? It looks like there are still empty rooms. Ning Qi glanced into the Immortal Pavilion. There weren't as many people as he had imagined. Seeing this, Duan Ingjun hurriedly said in a low voice, Brother Ning, let's forget about it. One night here costs 200 low-grade spirit crystals. As he spoke, he was about to pull Ning Qi away. In the end, when he turned around, he saw a man and 2 women blocking their way. Isn't this Duan Ingjun? Are you here to stay? The price of the Immortal Pavilion isn't cheap. Did your mother, who was born as a servant, save enough spirit crystals for you? Among the 3 of them, the leader had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and discovered that he was also a disciple of the Divine Dragon Marquis's mansion. He was a 4-star Do Wang Duan Tianing. When he mocked Duan Ingjun, the expressions of the 2 girls behind him were somewhat different. One of them revealed a look of sympathy. The other looked at Duan Ingjun with schadenfreude. After glancing at his plump body, she revealed a look of disgust. Duan Ingjun glanced at the girl who revealed a look of sympathy. A look of adoration flashed across his eyes and he laughed awkwardly. Tianying, my friend and I are just passing by. You guys want to stay in the inn, right? Then we won't disturb you any further. Let's go back to the small courtyard that we just rented. We'll meet again at the selection in a few days. Chapter 265. A slap to the face. However, Duan Tianying did not want to let him go so easily. He moved and blocked Duan Ingjuan's path. He smiled and said, Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Aren't you going to introduce your friend? As he spoke, he sized up Ning Qi. After discovering that Ning Qi was only at the peak of the Do Ling realm, his face revealed an undisguised mocking expression. Ah, this is Brother Ning Qi from the White Tiger Empire. Duan Ingjun hurriedly said. Duan Ingjun, as a disciple of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, you should not casually make friends even though you are a bastard. Otherwise, you will bring shame to our Marquis Mansion. The woman who had been looking at Duan Ingjun with disgust slowly spoke. Duan Hualien, what are you saying? Do I need your approval to make friends? Unexpectedly, Duan Ingjun, who had always been a yes-man, changed his expression after the woman ridiculed Ning Qi and directly scolded her. You! Duan Ingjun, I was just giving you a piece of advice. Do you want to listen or not? Duan Hualien frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Brother Ning, let's go. Duan Ingjun once again looked at the woman who had not spoken and was about to pull Ning Qi away. However, Ning Qi smiled and said, Brother Duan, have you forgotten that we have already checked out of that small courtyard? Brother Ning, Duan Ingjuan's face turned red. He could not understand why Ning Qi would expose him. Ha ha ha, so there is no place to stay. This is not good. Those cheap places are already full of people. The selection is about to begin. I'm afraid that you will have to hide in a corner with beggars for the next few days. Duan Tianying laughed softly. Brother Duan, didn't we just agree to stay in the immortal pavilion? Your memory is getting worse and worse. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Ningqi said with a smile. Then he walked into the immortal pavilion. The guard at the door heard their conversation. At this time, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Duan Ingjun was stunned when he saw this. He thought that Ningqi was helping him vent his anger. However, he only had 70 to 80 low-grade spirit crystals on him. How could he afford to stay in the immortal pavilion? There was no need to mention Ningqi. He was only from the White Tiger Empire and was at the peak of the Douling realm. However, if he didn't go in now, Ningqi would be too ashamed to show his face. Forget it, if you want to embarrass yourself, let's embarrass ourselves together. Gritting his teeth, Duan Ingjun followed Ningqi into the immortal pavilion. Duan Tianying's face revealed a trace of mockery. They want to stay in the immortals' pavilion? How laughable, let's go in as well, lest Duan Ingjun embarrass our divine dragon manner later. With that, he brought the two women into the immortal pavilion and followed behind Duan Ingjun. Ningqi directly walked towards the counter. At this time, Duan Ingjun quickly chased after him and whispered, Brother Ning, I appreciate your kindness, but let's leave this place. Brother Duan, don't worry. Just stand to the side. Ningqi comforted him with a smile. Duan Ingjun was a little confused. At this time, Ningqi had already arrived in front of the counter and said to the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, do you have any vacancies? The shopkeeper glanced at Ningqi and said indifferently, How many do you want? 2 rooms, of course. Ningqi smiled. Oh, let me see. Please wait a moment, young master. He lowered his head and flipped through the account book, then raised his head and said, There are still 2 Xian grade rooms, 300 lower spiritual crystals a day. Young master, do you want them? Duan Ingjun frowned. Even a Huang grade room that cost 200 lower spiritual crystals a day was gone. It was even more impossible for him to afford it. Duan Tianying's face revealed a look of mockery, ready to watch a good show. Shopkeeper, are there only these 2 rooms? Are there no other rooms? Ningqi asked with a smile. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. Just when everyone thought that Ningqi would take the opportunity to leave after putting on an act, Ningqi took out 60 yellow-grade spirit cultivation pills and handed them over. These 2 rooms then. Ningqi smiled faintly. Duan Ingjun was shocked and quickly looked at the spirit cultivation pills. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yellow-grade spirit cultivation pills. 1 pill is 10 lower spiritual crystals. 60 pills are exactly the same as a day's rent. Someone, bring the 2 young masters upstairs. After the shopkeeper checked the authenticity and grade of the spirit cultivation pills, he put them away and shouted to the waiter who was standing nearby. The waiter immediately ran over and smiled at Ningqi and Duan Ingjun. Young masters, please follow me. Brother Duan, don't just stand there. Let's go. Ningqi saw Duan Ingjun standing there in a daze and could not help but smile. Oh yes. Duan Ingjun smiled happily and hurriedly followed the waiter upstairs with Ningqi. As they walked up the stairs, he deliberately glanced at Duan Tianying and saw that his face was extremely pale. At this moment, Duan Ingjun felt extremely carefree. Is that kid really from the White Tiger Empire? How can he take out so many yellow-grade spirit cultivation pills at once? Duan Hualyan exclaimed. Duan Tianying's lips moved, but he did not speak. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly walked to the counter and said, Shopkeeper, are there any rooms left? The shopkeeper shook his head. Young master, the celestial pavilion is temporarily full. Please find another place. How could this be? Duan Tianying returned to the 2 girls in a daze. Where was he supposed to find a room now? If he had known earlier, he would not have laughed at Duan Ingjun just now. At the very least, he would have been able to get 2 rooms. Duan Tianying, who had been pampered since he was young, would not be able to accept it if he had to live in a shared room with a dozen people. Let's go. There are no more rooms here. Let's look elsewhere. Duan Tianying said with a pale face. Young master, this is the place. Your rooms are connected and there are specialized maids to serve you. If you need anything, just instruct them. Also, it seems that this is the first time you have come to the Celestial Pavilion. There is an expert who has set up a formation here that is very useful for cultivation. I will take my leave first. The waiter said respectfully. Thank you. Ningqi casually threw a yellow-grade spirit cultivation pill to him. The waiter's eyes lit up. He bowed to Ningqi again before retreating happily. He thought to himself, this young master is really open-minded. I say, Brother Ning, it turns out that you are a hidden person. Tell me quickly, where are you from? Duan Ingjun finally found an opportunity, and said to Ningqi with some dissatisfaction. Ningqi said with a smile, Brother Duan misunderstood. I am an alchemist, so I have the spirit cultivation pill. What? Brother Ning is an alchemist? Ha ha, that's great. I will follow you from now on. Duan Ingjun was overjoyed when he heard this. Chapter 266. Alchemy King Halduan Ingjun blushed and said in a fluster, Oh, okay, no need for formalities. Oh, he's still an innocent little boy. Ningqi was a little surprised. However, from Duan Tianying's mocking words, it could be seen that Duan Ingjun's position in the Divine Dragon Marquis's mansion was only slightly better than his own. Although he was a one-star king of Dou, his bearing was similar to that of a second-rate noble in the Qin Tang Empire. From this, it could be seen how deep the waters of the Nine States Empire were. Young master, shall we enter the room? The maid smiled at Ningqi. Ningqi planned to refine some pills in the next 3 days. It was not convenient to have an outsider in the room. Seeing Duan Ingjun's red face, he immediately had a plan. Go to Brother Duan's side. He's so fat, he needs at least 2 people to serve him. I don't need it. After saying that, he did not give Duan Ingjun a chance to refuse and directly entered the room. Duan Ingjun was stunned. He wanted to refuse, but when he saw the pitiful appearance of the maidservant with tears in her eyes after Ningqi refused her, he couldn't bear it and was pushed into the room by the 2 maidservants after a half-hearted refusal. After Ningqi entered the room, he could feel that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was more than double that of the outside world. No wonder it cost 300 lower spiritual crystals a night. If he cultivated for 24 hours, he could almost recover half of the cost. At this time, he still had about 100 yellow-level spirit cultivation pills on him. After arranging the accommodation, he left the Immortal Pavilion and looked for a place to sell spirit herbs. Alchemy King Hall Ningqi stood in front of an incomparably grand shop. After glancing at the words on the signboard, he walked in. There were many customers inside. Ningqi even saw no less than 10 grandmasters. They were followed by a large group of young men and women. Ningqi had seen a few of them when he registered. It seemed that they were the elders of some families who brought their juniors to participate in the Cloud Rising Sect's outer disciple selection. He walked around the store a few times and finally found a free waiter. He quickly walked up and said, Brother, do you have any spirit herbs for refining spirit-raising pills for sale here? This waiter appeared to be around 30 years old. His cultivation was the same as Ningqi's, which was at the peak of the Douling realm. Such an existence would be a top expert in the Qin Tang Empire, and was enough to become a tyrant. However, in Cloud Rising City, he was a lowly waiter. Young master, my Dan King Hall has all kinds of spirit herbs. How many do you want for the spirit-raising pill? The waiter smiled. May I know the price of this place? Ningqi asked. Different regions had different prices. He had to find out lest he made a fool of himself. 1 lower spiritual crystal per serving. If you want more, you can get a discount, the waiter said. 1 lower spiritual crystal. This price was many times higher than 8,000 taels of silver. Ningqi was a little shocked. Young master, have you made up your mind? There are too many guests right now. If young master needs some time to consider, I'll go greet the others first. The waiter smiled. The commission for the spirit-raising pill was very low, so he didn't want to make this deal. He didn't want to lose another big deal because of Ningqi. How about this, give me 1,000, Ningqi said. 1,000? All right, I wonder if young master will pay with spiritual crystals, or barter. If you barter, the Dan King Hall will charge a small commission. The waiter's eyes brightened. He didn't expect that Ningqi, who was merely at the peak of the Douling realm, would offer 1,000 lower spiritual crystals. If he made this deal, he could get 10 lower spiritual crystals as commission. Although it wasn't a lot, it wasn't low either. Hence, his attitude became more serious. You can say it's barter. I'll use a yellow-level spirit-raising pill to exchange. Ningqi nodded. Yellow-level spirit-raising pill? The waiter's face revealed a look of shock. He couldn't help but look Ningqi up and down. This kind of action was very impolite, but Ningqi didn't mind. Young master, yellow-level spirit-raising pill, was it made by the elders in your family or by you? This time, he had already used the honorific title. Because, even in the Dan King Hall, only one elder and the pavilion master could refine yellow-level spirit-raising pill. Is there any difference? Ningqi looked at him with a faint smile. The waiter was shocked and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I'll go get your spiritual grass immediately. After speaking, he turned and left in a hurry. Not long after, he returned with a large pile of spiritual grass in front of Ningqi. Ningqi handed over the spirit-raising pill. The waiter glanced at it and said solemnly, It is indeed yellow-level spirit-raising pill. As for the commission, I won't charge it because I have done some research on spirit-raising pills and can distinguish between real and fake. There is no need for an elder to appraise it. I hope that if young master has more yellow-level spirit-raising pills in the future, you can choose to come to the Dan King Hall to sell them. I am Feng Si, a disciple of the Feng family of Cloud Rising City. As long as young master sells spirit-raising pills to me, I can offer you a 10% discount. Well said, well said. Ningqi took the spiritual grass and left. Once he returned to the Immortals Pavilion, he bought a day's training ground and went to refine pills. After Ningqi left, Feng Si immediately found the Dan King Hall's elder Feng, who was also his great-uncle and an alchemy grandmaster. Great-uncle, someone just used 100 yellow-level spirit-raising pills to exchange for 1,000 spiritual grass. What spiritual grass? The spiritual grass used to refine spirit-raising pills. What? Feng Likeng's expression suddenly became serious and said in a low voice, Where did this person come from? Does he know how to refine yellow-level spirit-raising pills? Great-uncle, this person is only at the peak of the Douling realm. He doesn't look very old either. I have never seen him in Cloud Rising City before, so he is obviously an outsider. He should be here for the Cloud Rising sect's outer house disciple selection. I tried to ask him but he didn't answer me directly. However, I have a feeling that those yellow-level spirit-raising pills were refined by him. Thinking of Ningqi's indifferent attitude, Feng Si said firmly, Go find out where he lives. I want to personally take a look. Feng Likeng said in a low voice. Yes, great-uncle. With the Feng family's power, it was very easy to find out where a person lived in the Cloud Rising sect. The next day, Ningqi's address was sent to Feng Likeng. He did not greet the other people in the Dan King Hall and walked towards the Immortals Pavilion alone. Elder Feng, long time no see, but your attitude is still the same. The shopkeeper of the Immortals Pavilion was obviously an old acquaintance of Feng Likeng. He immediately walked out from behind the counter and greeted him. Chapter 267. Solicitation, ha ha ha, Elder Feng must be joking. The shopkeeper laughed out loud. Then, his tone changed. Elder Feng, are you here to look for someone? Well, you don't have to call me. I'll go look for it myself. Feng Liking nodded. Elder Feng, you should know that the Celestial Pavilion doesn't allow any accidents to happen to their guests in the pavilion. If there is any enmity, why don't you wait until he leaves the Celestial Pavilion before settling it? The shopkeeper said in a low voice. Don't worry. I am here to visit an old friend. I, Feng Liking, naturally know the rules of the Immortal Pavilion. I will not make things difficult for you. Feng Liking chuckled. That's good. More guests have arrived. I'll go greet them. Elder Feng, please go ahead. The shopkeeper heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Yes. Not long after, Feng Liking appeared in front of Ning Qi's room. He knocked lightly on the door. But there was no movement for a long time. Seeing this, Feng Liking said in a clear voice, I am Dan King Hall's Feng Liking. I wonder if little friend has the time to open the door? Creak. The door opened, but it wasn't Ning Qi's door, but the one next to it. Duan Yingjun stretched out his head and looked at Feng Liking with a puzzled expression. Senior, is there something you need from Brother Ning? Are you a friend of the owner of this room? Do you know if he's in the room now? Feng Liking smiled. I'll shout for you. Duan Yingjun enthusiastically came out, and then knocked on the door a few times. Brother Ning, someone is looking for you. Brother Ning, are you in the room? Brother Ning? Looks like little friend is not in the room. This old man has come at the wrong time. Feng Liking sighed and was about to leave when the door slowly opened. Ning Qi walked out, glanced at Feng Liking, then cupped his hands and said, Senior, are you looking for me? Exactly. Looking at Ning Qi, Feng Liking found that Ning Qi's appearance was exactly the same as Feng Xi's description. Knowing that he had found the right person, Feng Liking smiled and said, Little friend, would you like to come into my room for a chat? Brother Ning, so you have an acquaintance in Cloud Rising City. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Yingjun unceremoniously squeezed into Ning Qi's room. Seeing this, Ning Qi could only turn slightly and said, Senior, please come in. After entering the room, Feng Liking went straight to the point. Little friend, I am Dan King Hall's alchemist, Feng Liking. Yesterday little friend went to Dan King Hall to buy 1,000 sets of spirit-raising Dan spirit herbs? That's true. Could it be that there's something wrong with the spirit-raising pills I gave you? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Not at all. Little friend's spiritual raising pill is of very high quality. Even an ordinary alchemy grandmaster can't compare to it. I wonder if little friend is buying the spirit grass to refine it for yourself or to give it to an elder in your family. Feng Liking smiled. Of course, I will refine it myself. Senior Feng, Brother Ning is a pill master. Duan Yingjun interrupted. Feng Liking's eyes lit up as he said, I wonder if little friend is interested in joining my Dan King Hall? Don't worry, Dan King Hall will definitely give little friend the best treatment. Little friend, you must be here to participate in the Cloud Rising Sect's outer disciple selection, right? You can come to my Dan King Hall too. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you have any problems with your cultivation, I can personally give you pointers. Duan Yingjun's face was full of envy. Although he was far away in the Nine-State Empire's Divine Dragon Mansion, he had some understanding of the Cloud Rising Sect's Dan King Hall. The Pavilion Master was not only an Elixir King, but also a Do Zun. If Ning Qi became a pill master who served the Dan King Hall, a few pointers from the Pavilion Master would be enough for Ning Qi to benefit for the rest of his life. This, please forgive me for not being able to comply. Ning Qi thought for a moment before he smiled and cupped his hands together. After a pause, he continued, My goal is to become an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising Sect. Therefore, I am unable to accept Senior's good intentions. Brother Ning, why are you so stubborn? Let's not talk about how difficult it is to become an outer disciple. Even if you become one, how can it compare to the status of a pill master? Duan Injun said anxiously. How about this, little friend? If you fail the selection, my Dan King Hall will still be open to you. When that time comes, you can come and find me. Feng Liking thought for a moment before he smiled. If that's the case, I thank Senior Feng for your kindness. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After Feng Liking indirectly asked about Ning Qi's background and teacher, he stood up and left. Once he left, Duan Injun sighed. Brother Ning, you should have agreed on the spot. At least there is a Do Zun in the Dan King Hall who can personally teach you. Compared to going to the Cloud Rising sect to be a phoenix's tail, I would rather be a chicken's head. If Senior Feng invited me, I would crawl to the Dan King Hall even if I have to crawl. Unfortunately, I don't know how to refine pills. Brother Duan, you are wrong to think this way. Entering the Cloud Rising sect gives you the opportunity to become an inner disciple, then a true disciple, then an elder. In the future, you might even become a sect leader. Your future is countless times better than in the Dan King Hall. Don't you know how to do such simple calculations? Ning Qi smiled. But Duan Ingjun clearly knew that what Ning Qi said was fallacious, but he could not find any words to refute it. He could only pity Ning Qi's opportunity to go to the Dan King Hall while promising Ning Qi, Brother Ning, don't worry. In this selection, no matter what, I will protect your life. If I also fail, you can still take care of me when you go to the Dan King Hall. I really don't want to return to the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion with my tail between my legs. Brother Duan, if you believe me, the next time you return to the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, you will definitely not return with your tail between your legs. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Although Duan Ingjun felt that it was a little strange for him to say these words as a peak doling, he faintly believed it in his heart. 3 days later, Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun walked out of the Immortal Pavilion together. As a result, they coincidentally bumped into the two Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion brothers who had robbed Duan Ingjun's courtyard. Cough cough. Duan Ingjun coughed loudly. The two followed the sound and looked over. Their eyes were slightly startled. Duan Ingjun said with surprise, "Ah, so it's the two of you. I wonder if the courtyard is comfortable. Sigh, the bed in the Immortal Pavilion is a little hard, and my back hurts from sleeping. However, it is still worth 300 lower spiritual crystals a night. If I were to choose, I would still prefer a small courtyard that costs 10 lower spiritual crystals a night." The two were dumbfounded. They are actually living in the Immortal Pavilion? Thinking of how he had ridiculed Duan Ingjun and Ning Qi for sleeping in the corner, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Humph! No matter where you live, if you want to become an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, we will still have to fight in the selection. I hope that at that time, you will still be as leisurely as you are now. The slightly older young man sneered and pulled his younger brother away. Dead duck, stubborn. Duan Ingjun looked at his back disdainfully and cursed in a low voice. Let's go. If we are late and miss the selection, it will not be good. Chapter 268. Selection Meeting Cloud Rising City. City Lord Residence. With a glance, Ning Qi estimated that there were at least a few thousand Do Wangs. A Do Ling like him was rather rare. There were 10 Do Zongs of different ages standing on a tall platform in the middle of the city governor's mansion. The younger one looked to be in his 30s or 40s, while the older one looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Ning Qi knew that their ages were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. These 10 people were all managing elders of the Cloud Rising sect, who were in charge of the outer disciples. Duan Ingjun had said that the elders of the Rising Cloud sect were divided into 3 levels. The lowest level was the Deacon Elder, which a Do Zong could take on. The highest level was the Green-Clothed Elder, who was in charge of matters within the inner sect. They were also the core strength of the Rising Cloud sect. Almost every major department was run by the green-clothed elder. They wore the green lotus treasure robe, which was unique to the Rising Cloud sect. That was why they were called green-clothed elders by the outside world. After that was the highest rank, the lamp-bearer elder. The Cloud Rising sect had a total of 4 lamps. Each lamp represented the most important forbidden area of the Cloud Rising sect. The lamp was the key to the forbidden area. The elder in charge of the lamp was respectfully called the lamp-bearer elder. At the same time, he was a true top-tier expert in the eastern Xianland, a Dou Xing. At this moment, the governor of Cloud Rising City, Yun Jinghong, was standing in front of the 10 managing elders. He was an expert at the peak of the Dou Zone class and was only half a step away from becoming a Dou Zun. Therefore, the 10 supervising elders looked at him with respect. After all, apart from being the governor of Cloud Rising City, Yun Jinghong was also one of the 3 most powerful supervising elders in Cloud Rising sect. As long as he broke through, he would immediately be promoted to a green-robed elder. Yun Jinghong glanced at the crowd and slowly said, "This time, the Cloud Rising sect will be recruiting 379 outer sect disciples. Since the number of people participating in the selection has increased by 30% compared to previous years, the selection will be delayed by 10 days. There will be a total of 40 days. Within these 40 days, you are not allowed to leave the area I have designated. If you leave without permission, you will fail immediately. Other than that, there are no other rules. Your life and death are up to the heavens. If you don't want to participate, you still have a chance to leave now." No one chose to leave. After all, everyone was here for the same reason, and that was to become an outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. This was the only way to gain a foothold in Dongxian. Since that's the case, please follow the elders. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. At this time, the 10 deacon elders each threw an item into the sky. The item expanded with the wind, and not long after, 10 huge battleships appeared in the sky. The Green Wolf No. 1 battleship from the Venerable Equipment Pavilion. Each ship was equivalent to a Dou Zone. If he were to fight on a warship, he would be able to deal with 2 to 3 Dou Zones at the same time. It was worth 100,000 lower spiritual crystals. As expected of the Cloud Rising sect, even the deacon elders have a Green Wolf one. Duan Ingjun revealed an envious expression. In the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, only a few elders or Duan Lingyu, who was born a proud son of heaven, possessed the warship of the Supreme Artifact Pavilion. At this moment, the warship was about 100 meters above the ground. Ning Qi saw the people around him flying up one by one. Some of the Dou Ling's faces were filled with anxiety. They did not expect the first round of the selection to be like this. "Brother Ning, you hold on to me, I will take you up," Duan Ingjun said. "No need." Ning Qi smiled and flew up into the sky. The gale boots on his feet were not just for show. It was not difficult for him to fly at a low altitude for a short distance. Brother Ning still has this kind of technique. Damn, even though you are from the White Tiger Empire, you are still much stronger than me, a bastard of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. Duan Ingjun looked at Ning Qi enviously and quickly flew up as well. As his body was too strong, his flying speed was obviously slower than the other Dou Wangs. When they reached the warship, Ning Qi looked down and saw about 30 Dou Lings helplessly looking up at them. Look, more than 30 people have been eliminated. But that's good too. They will die if they go to the vast forest. Not only do they have to face powerful demonic beasts, but they also have to guard against being used as a shield, bait and cannon fodder. Duan Ingjun glanced at them and said gloatingly. Suddenly, he remembered that Ning Qi was also at the peak of the Dou Ling level. Afraid that Ning Qi would misunderstand, he quickly added, "Of course, I will not use Brother Ning as cannon fodder. Don't worry." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The group of deacon elders did not even look at those who could not board the warship and directly drove the warship towards the vast forest. Half a day later, Ning-Chi saw an endless range of mountains and forests appear in front of him. 10 warships flew to different directions and stood in the empty space. "All of you wait here," the deacon elder on the warship said coldly and flew to the sky above the forest. Occasionally, he would shoot something out from his hand. As the speed was too fast, Ning-Chi could not see what they were shooting out. "The elders are setting up a formation to encircle the area," Duan Ingjun said. As soon as he finished speaking, golden lines appeared in the vast forest below. These golden lines continued to extend and finally linked together, encircling an incomparably huge area that was estimated to be a few thousand square kilometers. "Let's go down." The deacon elder returned to the warship and said in a deep voice. Soon after, everyone left the warship and landed in the area below. Once they landed, Duan Ingjun pulled Ning-Chi and said, "Let's go quickly. There are too many people here. You are only at the peak of the Douling level. It is too conspicuous." Sure enough, Ning-Chi could feel many gazes on him. However, they had some misgivings and no one chose to attack. Instead, they formed small groups and left. Duan Ingjun only stopped panting when he could not see anyone else. His body was covered with sweat. "Brother Duan, you should lose some of your fat," Ning-Chi said emotionally. "I can't help it. In this life, other than wanting to stand out, my other hobby is eating. Brother Ning, pay attention to the surroundings and see if there are any demonic beasts. Let's hunt one to fill our stomachs first. Then we can survive the next 40 days. Duan Ingjun patted his belly and said with a smile. Ning-Chi was speechless. For the next 4 to 5 days, the vast forest was very peaceful. Ning-Chi and Duan Ingjun did not meet anyone else. Instead, they met a few demonic beasts which Duan Ingjun killed. In the sky above their heads, the 10 warships flew back and forth. Ning-Chi felt that they would occasionally stop above their heads for a few breaths of time. It seemed that these deacon elders had been observing the movement of the selection. "Brother Duan, are we just going to hide like this?" Ning-Chi looked at Duan Ingjun, who was grilling meat, and asked. Duan Ingjun said carelessly, "If not, we have to hide until the time is almost up. Then, we will find an opportunity to attack. At that time, as long as we fight a few good battles, we might be selected as outer disciples." However, although his thoughts were beautiful, the reality was very cruel. Chapter 269. Forming a team, someone's coming. Duan Ingjun hurriedly stuffed the meat into his mouth and stood up vigilantly. When he saw who it was, he heaved a sigh of relief. There were a total of 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. They were none other than Duan Tianying and the others who came from the same family as Duan Ingjun. "It's you guys." Duan Tianying frowned slightly. "Tianying, what a coincidence." Duan Ingjun smiled. Ning-Chi realized that his eyes would occasionally glance at the woman who had never spoken. Duan Tianying laughed coldly and was about to leave. However, after glancing at Ning-Chi, he changed his mind and said indifferently, "Since you are also from the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, you can follow us for this period of time." "Really?" Duan Ingjun's face was filled with joy. "Tianying, wouldn't bringing the 2 of them be a burden?" Duan Lingmei said unhappily. "It's fine, there is strength in numbers." Duan Tianying smiled. "They probably treat the 2 of us as cannon fodder." How could Ning-Chi not guess Duan Tianying's thoughts? However, seeing that Duan Ingjun seemed to want to stay with them, he did not say anything to stop him. Come, Fei-Fei, this is the blazing black chicken that I just roasted. It's very fragrant. Have a taste." Duan Ingjun enthusiastically invited the 3 of them to sit down. After which, he gathered his courage and took a piece of roasted meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He came to the goddess that he had a crush on and said with a fawning smile, Duan Feifei nodded, took it and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, you're welcome." Duan Ingjun was extremely happy. Duan Tianying coldly glanced at him, and a trace of mockery flashed across his eyes. "A toad wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" He secretly mocked in his heart. "What do you guys think about the next step?" Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to be a little stiff, Duan Ingjun hurriedly found a topic. "Right now, the people in the vast forest who have the highest chance of becoming outer disciples are the 10 peak Do Wangs. They come from various sects and clans. Although their talent is not as good as ours, they have received more training resources since they were young. Now, the 10 of them are leading over 100 Do Wangs in various parts of the vast forest. They even said that as long as they follow them, all of them can be promoted to outer disciples." "Laughable and arrogant," Duan Tianying said with a smirk. "Doesn't that mean we won't have a chance?" Duan Ingjun mumbled to himself. The selection of outer sect disciples isn't just based on cultivation and battle prowess. The managing elders also look at your brains. As long as you can fight a good battle, you will be noticed by the managing elders. At that time, you will also be promoted to outer sect disciple." Duan Lingmei cast a disdainful glance at Duan Ingjun and sneered. "Oh, then if we uproot one of those 10 people, we'll be able to advance steadily, right?" Ning Qi smiled. "Yeah." Duan Ingjun slapped his thigh. "If that's the case, the elders will definitely look up to us." However, Duan Tianying and the other 2 looked at them as if they were looking at fools. "Although I, Duan Tianying, have always thought highly of myself, it is unexpected that you, a Peak Do Ling from the White Tiger Empire, actually have the delusion of challenging a Peak Do Wang?" Duan Tianying smiled and shook his head. "Our target is those who have a similar cultivation as us. We will set up a trap and lure them in before killing them all in one go. If we can eliminate around 100 people in one go, our chances of advancing will increase by around 70 to 80%. Duan Lingmei said. "Oh, does Lingmei have a plan?" Duan Ingjun asked with a thick face. "Humph." Duan Lingmei glanced at him before shifting his gaze away. He had no intention of bothering with him. Duan Ingjun smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Feifei opened her mouth. "There are many demonic beasts in the vast forest. There are also a few dangerous places. If we can find one of them first and set up a trap, we might be able to give it a try." "Yes, Feifei is right. How about this? I remember there is a place called Demon Dragon Valley, and there is a rank 6 white bone dragon there. I heard that the entire Demon Dragon Valley is filled with miasma, but when we go out, we bring the poison-dispelling pill from the Marquis's mansion, which can ignore the miasma. Using this, we can create some strange phenomenon of treasures being unearthed and lure the white bone dragons out to fight, while we sit back and reap the benefit." Duan Tianying said. "That's feasible. Let's go now in case others take the lead." Duan Lingmei stood up and said. Duan Tianying had a prepared map in his hand. He found the location of the Demon Dragon Valley on it and carefully walked towards the Demon Dragon Valley. After walking for more than a day, Ning Qi found that the nearby trees were a little withered. There was not a single blade of grass growing on the ground, and there was a chill in the air. At this moment, Duan Tianying and the other 2 stopped and threw an elixir into their mouth. Duan Ingjun laughed dryly. "Tianying, I came out in a hurry this time and forgot to bring the poison-dispelling pill. I wonder if you have 2 extra pills. I can buy them from you for 3 lower spiritual crystals." "I'm sorry, we have just enough poison-dispelling pills. We don't have any extra." Duan Tianying refused. Duan Feifei's eyes flashed with sympathy. Although she wanted to help Duan Ingjun, she was powerless. "Brother Duan, I happen to have a few poison-dispelling pills here." Ning Qi smiled and threw an elixir to Duan Ingjun. Duan Tianying took a look. It was indeed a poison-dispelling pill, and the quality was not low. He swallowed it happily and said to Ning Chi, "Brother Ning, you are indeed an alchemist." Duan Tianying was surprised to see that the poison-dispelling pill that Ning Chi threw out was of a higher grade than the one he had taken. After hearing Duan Ingjun say that Ning Chi was an alchemist, he suddenly understood. "So you are an alchemist. No wonder you can take out so many spirit cultivation pills." Duan Lingmei's expression changed and he looked at Ning Chi with a complicated expression. "In that case, the two of you will explore the way in front. The three of us will cover the back in case of a sneak attack." Duan Tianying said. "We explore the way?" Duan Ingjun frowned. "Brother Duan, let's go. We are just exploring the way. We are not going to die." Ning Chi smiled and said, "All right then. Don't go too far ahead. Just follow behind me." Duan Ingjun nodded and walked straight ahead. However, not long after, they bumped into two guys. Coincidentally, they knew these two people. "It's you guys." A gloating smile suddenly appeared on Duan Ingjun's face. The newcomers were none other than the two brothers from the Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion. However, compared to their previous arrogance, they were in an extremely sorry state. Their bodies were covered with wounds. "So it's the Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion's Shiman brothers. Who did you meet? Why do you look like this?" Duan Tianying walked forward and said with a mocking smile. Shiman Jing and Shiman He were startled and immediately stopped in their track. As the younger brother, Shiman He's face was pale and weak. There was a wound on his belly that kept bleeding. Chapter 270. Divine Son of the Five Poison Sect. Why didn't you think of this when you were robbing my yard? You said you were going to teach us a lesson at the selection, and this is the result? You're covered in red and green like a flower. You look good. Duan Ingjun mocked. Shiman Jing's face turned cold and said, "If that's the case, get out of the way and let us go." Duan Tianying laughed. "You said you were ambushed in the Demon Dragon Valley? What happened?" "Brother, don't talk to them. Find a place with no one around to heal." "Shiman," he said weakly. "If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being merciless." Duan Tianying sneered. Shiman Jing gritted his teeth. If they weren't injured, they wouldn't be afraid of Duan Tianying at all. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could run away. But it was different now. Shiman He's injuries had made him lose the ability to move. He couldn't even run away, let alone fight. The divine child of the Five Venoms sect has used some unknown method to control the giant white bone dragon in the Demon Dragon Valley. He created a vision of the birth of a rare treasure and is massacring those who enter the Demon Dragon Valley. We were hit by the tail of the giant white bone dragon and got seriously injured. You guys are also heading in that direction, right? No matter what, I helped you escape. Can you get out of the way now? Shiman Jing said coldly. Someone beat us to it. Duan Ingjun looked disappointed. The divine son of the Five Poison Sect? Is it Hua Wushang? Duan Tianying's expression changed and he said in shock. Yes, it's him. Shiman Jing nodded. Duan Tianying and Duan Lingmei's expressions turned ugly. The Five Poison Sect itself was a first-rate sect. The sect leader, Hua Yeyu, was a Dozun, and Hua Wushang was her only son. Because the Five Poison Sect believed in gods, Hua Wushang was called the Son of God. Hua Yeyu had carefully taught him since he was young. At the young age of 22, he was already a peak Do Wang. Moreover, he had an uncle who was one of the 10 deacon elders. Therefore, before the selection began, everyone knew that Hua Wushang would definitely be promoted to an outer disciple. Most importantly, the Five Poison Sect was listed as one of the evil sects by the 9 States Empire. So if they met, they would fight to the death. Go. Duan Tianying turned around and left. With Hua Wushang overseeing the Demon Dragon Valley, it was meaningless for them to go. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking the sunlight. Everyone subconsciously looked up and instantly froze on the spot. In the sky, there was a gigantic dragon that was dozens of feet long. It was flapping its wings as it stood in the sky, staring coldly at them. This dragon was different from ordinary dragons. It had no flesh and blood, only bones. In its skull, there was a faint black light flickering. "White bone dragon!" Duan Tianying cried out. Apart from Ningqi, everyone's faces were filled with fear. On the back of the white bone dragon, there was an extremely handsome young man who looked very much like a girl. His head was lowered, and his eyes, which were hidden under his bangs, were looking at Duan Tianying and the others with a faint smile. Apart from that, Ning Qi discovered that more than 10 Do Wangs had surrounded them. Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion, Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, he, the enmity between my 5 poison sect and you should be settled today. Hua Wushang laughed coldly. Wait, Divine Son, this is the Cloud Rising sect's outer sect disciple selection. You and I should put aside our previous prejudice. We are willing to submit to you. Duan Tianying knelt on the ground and raised his head. Submit to me? I am a person of the demon Tao in the eyes of the kingdom of the 9 states. Hua Wushang smiled faintly. So what? Since we are here to participate in the selection, we naturally do not see ourselves as people of the kingdom of the 9 states. Duan Tianying said. And, if I accept you all, I will be able to spread the fame of my 5 poison sect. Very well. Hua Wushang thought for a while, then revealed an extremely bewitching smile. Thank you, Divine Son. Duan Tianying let out a sigh of relief. He immediately glanced at Duan Lingmei and the others and said, Hurry up and kneel to greet the Divine Son. Duan Lingmei knelt on the ground decisively. Duan Feifei hesitated for a moment, then knelt down as well. As for Shiman Jing and Shiman He, they had already knelt down. Only Duan Yingjun was left. When Hua Wushang glanced at him, his legs gave way. The others knelt on the ground, but he knelt on both knees. Oh, a peak doling? You don't have to kneel. I don't have the habit of accepting trash. Since you have already submitted to me, you may as well kill this person. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi and laughed mockingly. What? He wants to kill Brother Ning? Duan Yingjuan's expression changed drastically. He looked at Ning Qi with a slightly pale expression. Duan Tianying stood up and walked directly towards Ning Qi. At this moment, at a higher place, 3 warships slowly stopped. The 3 elder deacons stood together and stared at the situation below. Hua Shiri, your nephew is quite something. He can even control the white bone dragon. Could it be the 5 poison sect's demon spirit Gu? Woo-hoo, the demon spirit Gu has been lost for thousands of years. Have you even forgotten this? See Malin, lost doesn't mean that it has disappeared. I don't need to teach you this common knowledge, right? Hua Shiri is here. Can't you just ask him? Hua Shiri's appearance was similar to Hua Wushang. They were both handsome, but he appeared to be slightly older. As for Wu Hu, he was like his name. He was dark and muscular. He looked like the reincarnation of a tiger demon. See Malin was as skinny as a stick. His eyes were deep and his nose was like an eagle's hook. From his appearance, one could tell that he was not a good person. Hua Shiri glanced at the 2 of them and said, It is indeed the demon spirit Gu. What? See Malin's face was filled with shock. The demon spirit Gu that has been lost for thousands of years has reappeared. Like I said, only the demonic spirit insect can make this stupid dragon so obedient. However, this is overdrafting its life force. It won't be long before it dies. I can only hope that no other high-level dragon clan will pass by during this period of time. Otherwise, if they see the dragon clan being enslaved by us humans, they won't be able to survive in a fit of anger. Wu Hu laughed coldly. This time, your nephew will definitely be promoted to outer disciple. Hua Shiri, remember to set up a few tables and treat us old friends to a drink. TSK, I have not drunk the bejeweled nectar for a long time. I am dying of craving. Wu Hu continued to laugh. Sure, sure. Hua Shiri laughed and continued to pay attention to the movements below. Ning Qi looked at Duan Tianying, who was walking towards him. He did not move at all. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he was scared silly. Duan Ingjuan's expression was incomparably complicated. After a few breaths, he suddenly stood up from the ground. In a flash, he appeared between Ning Qi and Duan Tianying. Tianying, give me some face. Duan Ingjun laughed bitterly. Move aside. It is not that I am not giving you face. It is that the God's Son does not keep trash. Chapter 271. Repeat 10 times, Brother Ning is not trash. He is an alchemist. Even Elder Feng Likeng of the Dan King Hall personally came to recruit him. Duan Ingjun said loudly. The Dan King Hall wants to recruit him? Duan Tianying was slightly startled. Duan Lingmei and the others were also shocked. Although they knew from Duan Ingjun that Ning Qi was an alchemist, they thought he was just an ordinary alchemist master. However, even the Dan King Hall came to recruit him. Ning Qi's alchemy skills were not as simple as they thought. On the warship, Hua Shiri and the other two also showed expressions of interest. Hua Wushang's expression changed slightly. He was suddenly interested in Ning Qi. Under his control, the white bone dragon landed steadily on the ground. Its huge body gave off a pressure like Mount Tai. Hua Wushang slowly walked down from its tail and arrived in front of Ning Qi. Is what he said true? Even the Dan King Hall wants to recruit you? Hua Wushang smiled lightly. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and smiled. Yes. This kid has maintained an indifferent attitude from beginning to end. It is as if he is not afraid of your nephew. Even a King Do cannot compare to such an attitude. Looks like he has some trump cards. On the warship, Wu Hu laughed softly. If even the Dan King Hall is interested in his alchemy skills, then it is indeed a trump card. But if it is an ordinary alchemist, our Cloud Rising sect does not lack him. Hua Shiri sneered. Do you think we don't lack him? I do lack a few alchemists. Why don't you give him to me? Si Marin smiled. The outer disciple quota is very precious. Whether we can be promoted or not depends on the 10 of us. Even if Wu Hu and I agree, the others may not be interested in a Peak Do Ling, Hua Shiri sneered. After Hua Wushang received Ning Qi's confirmation, he nodded and said, Show me your alchemy skills. If you are not trash, I will promote you to an outer disciple. Duan Ingjuan's face revealed an ecstatic expression. Thank you, Divine Son. Then he immediately grabbed Ning Qi's arm and said, Brother Ning, show me your alchemy skills. Don't you know how to refine top-grade yellow-class spirit-raising pills? A top-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pill? No wonder Dan King Hall wanted to recruit him. This time, not only were Duan Tianying and the others shocked, even Hua Shiri had a look of surprise on her face. This boy is so young, yet his alchemy attainments are so profound? One had to know that even in the Cloud Rising sect, the number of alchemy grandmasters who could refine yellow-grade spirit cultivation pills could be counted on 2 hands. Among these alchemy grandmasters, some were even elders in green robes, and their positions were even higher than theirs. Could it be that those pills were all refined by him? The shock on Duan Tianying's face deepened as he recalled the yellow-grade spirit-nourishing pill that Ning Qi had taken out to pay for in the Immortal Pavilion. Duan Lingmei never thought that Ning Qi, whom she had always looked down on, would have such an ability. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes. Duan Feifei, on the other hand, looked at Ning Qi with interest. You actually know how to refine yellow-level top-grade spirit-raising pills? If you're not lying to me, I guarantee that you'll be promoted to an outer disciple. Hua Wushang smiled in surprise. Guarantee that I'll be promoted to an outer disciple? Everyone knew that with Hua Wushang's strength and background, he indeed had the right to say such a thing. Even the Do Wangs who followed Hua Wushang around looked at Ning Qi with envy. A faint smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. He looked at Hua Wushang and said sincerely, "It's true that I'm an alchemy grandmaster, but I'm not a monkey. Young Master Hua, you don't have to mention anything about showing off your alchemy skills. As for your guarantee that I'll be promoted to an outer disciple? Haha, you don't have to worry about that." The moment these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Only a trace of cold killing intent was emitted from the expressionless Hua Wushang's body. Is he crazy? Duan Tianying stared blankly at Ning Qi. Was he not afraid that Hua Wushang would kill him with one palm? Duan Lingmei and Duan Feifei were shocked. They looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt and shock in each other's eyes. Brother Ning, were you just joking with the Divine Sun? Quickly admit your mistake." Duan Injun laughed dryly and pushed Ning Qi's arm. On the warship, a glint flashed in Wu Hu's eyes after Ning Qi rejected Hua Wushang. This person is strange. Ha ha ha, it is unexpected that a peak Do Ling has hidden himself so deeply. Hua Shiri, Si Malin, do you want to make a bet? I bet that he will definitely become an outer disciple of our Cloud Rising sect. Si Malin frowned and did not say anything. Hua Shiri immediately took out a book from his body and flipped it open. After finding the information that Ning Qi had left behind when he registered, he let out a cold laugh. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Ning Qi and said, "Wu Hu, I'm afraid that you have made a mistake. This is only a country bumpkin from the White Tiger Empire. Do you really think that a mere peak Do Ling like him can defeat my nephew and that white bone dragon that is controlled by the demon spirit Gu? White Tiger Empire, huh? Ha ha ha. Hua Shiri, you only see the surface but not the inside. The Emperor of the White Tiger Empire is only a one-star Do Zun. Putting him aside, do you know the background of his concubine?" Wu Hu laughed out loud. Hua Shiri frowned slightly and looked at Wu Hu. "What background?" "She is the daughter of the Fang clan's third elder." Although these clan leaders and elders do not have any real power in the Fang sacred palace, the Fang clan is after all the Fang clan. Even our Cloud Rising sect has to look up to the Fang clan. Perhaps this brat has some relationship with the Fang clan. Wu Hu laughed. "Fang clan?" A trace of shock flashed across Hua Shiri's eyes. After which, he snorted coldly, "So what? This is merely your guess. Won't you know if you continue watching?" Si Malin, who had not spoken all this while, slowly opened his mouth. "I, Hua Wushang, the divine son of the Five Poison sect, will give you another chance. Repeat what you have just said." Hua Wushang took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Ning Qi as he spoke coldly. At this moment, the distance between him and Ning Qi was merely the distance of 3 to 4 fists. "I will repeat it 10 times. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After which, he immediately repeated what he had said 10 times. It was really 10 times and he did not miss a single word. Crazy, crazy, Shiman, he looked at Ning Qi in horror. Only now did he realize how terrifying a madman could be. He could fearlessly provoke an expert who was more than 10 times stronger than him. Ha ha ha. You are the first person who has dared to trick me. Don't worry, I will not let you die so easily. I will use the Great 5 Poison technique to refine you into a poisonous person. Hua Wushang laughed loudly and directly sent a palm toward Ning Qi. Black Do Qi instantly seeped out of his body and condensed into a palm print that emitted black light in front of him. Chapter 272. Chapter 272. Dragon Slaying Saber, Dragon Slaying Saber. Ning Qi didn't even use the 18 dragon subduing palms. He just raised his blade and slashed at Hua Wushang. There was a dragon's roar, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped more than 10 degrees. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Ice Dragon Roar. An ancient ice dragon struggled out of the saber and pounced towards Hua Wushang with an incomparably cold aura. What kind of technique is this? No. There's something strange about that weapon. It can actually summon a dragon. So powerful. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Even the white bone dragon, whose consciousness was being controlled, moved its body a little uneasily after smelling the ancient ice dragon's aura. At this moment, a trace of horror flashed in Hua Wushang's eyes. The attack of a Peak Do Ling actually gave him a premonition of extreme danger. He immediately roared and unleashed his full cultivation. 5 Poison Great Technique. Body Protection Art. Wisps of black gas seeped out from every pore of his body and surrounded him, making him look like a black cocoon. He gave up on attacking and chose to defend. At this critical moment, he made the right choice. At that moment, the ice dragon roar had already struck Hua Wushang's body. Hua Wushang's entire body was sent flying, smashing through countless trees. After crashing on the ground for some distance, he slowly got up from the ground in a sorry state. There was a deep ravine in front of him, proving how terrifying the attack he had just received was. Just one attack and I'm seriously injured? Blarg. There was still a trace of shock in Hua Wushang's eyes. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also some black flesh mixed in the blood. What's going on? How can he be so strong? No, he's just a Peak Do Ling, Duan Tianying said in shock. Even the Divine Sun is no match for him. It's too scary. Duan Lingmei looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in his eyes. So he's so strong. No wonder he was so indifferent from the beginning, Duan Feifei muttered to himself. Brother Ning, you won? Duan Ingjun stared at Ning Qi in disbelief, then glanced at Hua Wushang, who was clutching his chest and couldn't even straighten his back. Only then did he confirm that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Ning Qi had indeed won. Divine Sun, are you all right? Hua Wushang's subordinate looked at Ning Qi vigilantly as he retreated to Hua Wushang's side and asked with concern. It's nothing. It's just a minor injury. Hua Wushang waved his hand and walked towards Ning Qi. When he appeared in front of Ning Qi once again, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. I've underestimated you, so I've lost. But... He then changed the topic and a bone-chilling look appeared on his face. Next time, you won't be so lucky. I hope you can successfully become an outer court disciple of the Rising Cloud sect. I'll be waiting for you. With that, he leaped up and landed on the back of the white bone dragon. The white bone dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The group of Do Wangs under Hua Wushang also retreated like the tide. Not long later, only Ning Qi and a few others were left on the battlefield. Brother Ning, the 2 of us were blind and robbed your courtyard. Please don't take it to heart. Shimen Jing laughed dryly at Ning Qi. Now that you know you're wrong, what were you doing earlier? Duan Ingjun rolled his eyes at him and then hurriedly asked Ning Qi, what kind of knife skill did you use just now? It actually seriously injured Hua Wushang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to retreat. Actually, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile. He suddenly turned around and slashed with his knife, only to see Hua Wushang riding the white bone dragon diving towards him. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. After a while, they came to their senses and sighed in their hearts. As expected of the Divine Son of the 5 Poison sect, he was shameless to such an extent. A Peak Do Wang had even used a sneak attack against a Peak Do Ling. Go and die. Hua Wushang's face revealed a sinister smile. The white bone dragon's strength was similar to that of a 1-star Do Huang. Furthermore, it was born without a sense of pain. At such a close distance, he did not believe that Ning Qi still had any tricks up his sleeves. Boom! Ning Qi was swept away by the white bone dragon's tail and miserably rolled a few times on the ground. This attack had taken away more than 10,000 of his HP. However, the white bone dragon was not unharmed. A large portion of its tail had been cut off by Ning Qi's dragon blade. At this moment, it had fallen to the ground and was gradually turning into sand. Ha ha ha! Hua Wushang stood on the back of the white bone dragon and laughed complacently. The other party was only a peak Douling. After being hit by the white bone dragon just now, it was impossible for him to survive. He's still dead. The corner of Duan Tianying's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He then quickly walked to Hua Wushang and half knelt in front of him. God's son is mighty. This country bumpkin is completely not a match for God's son. God's son is mighty. Duan Lingmei also congratulated. The Do Wang-s who had already left earlier all returned to their original positions and half knelt in front of Hua Wushang as if they were on a pilgrimage. At this time, Shiman Jing saw this and pulled Shiman He to kneel down. In his heart, he hoped that Ning Qi would win. After all, Hua Wushang was the god's son of the Five Poison sect. Although he and Shiman He were not valued highly by the Heaven Sword Marquis Palace, if the family knew that they had followed Hua Wushang, they would not even have the qualifications to return home. On the warship, Hua Shiri laughed out loud and looked at Wu Hu mockingly. How is it? Although that brat has some ability, his brain is not good. If this kind of person were to enter the sect, he would not be able to live for long. Wu Hu's expression was a little ugly as he laughed dryly. Your nephew is too cunning. Even I did not expect him to come back. It's a pity that he wasted his alchemy talent. However, that Do weapon of his is quite strange. Shall we take it back and take a look later? Sima Lin laughed softly. We are not allowed to interfere in the selection. This is the sect's rule. Wu Hu said coldly. Anyway, there are only the three of us here. The others are not here. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, how would the green-robed elders know? Sima Lin frowned. What a joke. Hua Shiri looked at Sima Lin mockingly. You old thief, you have a good plan. Do you think my nephew did not notice? Sure enough, after Hua Wushang laughed wildly, he walked towards Ning Qi expectantly. That blade just now, 90% of its power was in the blade. This kind of power is very likely to be a heaven-rank Do weapon. With it, I can become an inner disciple in half a year. At that time, it is not impossible for me to become a true disciple. Brother Ning died just like that. Duan Ingjuan's face revealed a sorrowful expression. Although he had only known Ning Qi for a few days, he had treated Ning Qi as a good friend. After all, Ning Qi was the first person who could listen to him so patiently. Thinking of this, he looked at Hua Wushang's back with eyes full of resentment. Chapter 273. Little Purple Battle White Bone. Hua Wushang's footsteps suddenly stopped when he was a few meters away from Ning Qi. A look of shock appeared on his face. Ning Qi slowly stood up and patted the dust off his body. He smiled at Hua Wushang and said, Hua Wushang, you really are sinister and vicious. How can you not die? Hua Wushang frowned slightly. In the next moment, under his control, the white bone dragon flew towards Ning Qi again. His subordinates also surrounded Ning Qi, cutting off his path of retreat. Brother Ning is not dead. Duan Ingjun looked at Ning Qi in ecstasy. How can it be? He was clearly hit by the white bone dragon. Even if we don't die, we would be seriously injured. He is merely at the peak of the Douling realm, but he seems to be fine. Duan Tianying was extremely shocked. It is very likely that he has a protective Do weapon, Duan Lingmei said in a low voice. There seemed to be no other explanation other than her. On the warship. This kid is not dead? Wu Hu was shocked at first, then joy appeared on his face. He glanced at Hua Shiri, and she was just as shocked as he was. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. White bone dragon. Ning Qi chuckled. A purple light flashed, and little purple appeared beside Ning Qi in an instant. Everyone was stunned by its majestic figure and the purple lightning flashing on its body. This is Purple Lightning Bird? But its aura is far beyond rank 5, rank 6 Purple Lightning Bird. How many spirit-cultivating pills did this kid feed it? Little Purple, I'll leave this white bone dragon to you. Ning-Chi smiled. Little Purple flapped its wings and flew towards the white bone dragon. On the warship, Hua Shi-ri's expression was extremely ugly. Wu-Hu laughed. This brat is a bit interesting. So it turns out that he has a rank 6 demon pet. Right now, the white bone dragon is unable to cause any harm to him. If he were to use the blade technique just now again, I'm afraid your nephew will be in danger. Interesting. Si Malin's face revealed a dry smile. Grade 5 poison skill, baleful een palm. Hua Wushang's reaction was extremely fast. When Little Violet was fighting with the white bone dragon, he knew that he could not use the white bone dragon to suppress Ning-Chi. He could only use his ultimate technique, the middle-grade Earth-ranked martial technique, Baleful een palm, in order to kill Ning-Chi in one strike. As soon as the palm technique was executed, a strong gust of wind rose. The wind carried a rotten smell, gently brushing past everyone's faces. Even Duan Injun and the others, who were standing in another direction, could not help but cover their noses. It could be seen what kind of stench Ning-Chi, who was the target, was enduring. What a vicious palm technique! If Ning-Chi was hit by the baleful een palm, wouldn't he turn into a puddle of blood? Duan Injun was nervous. 18 dragons subduing palms. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the 5 silver dragons, bringing with them an extremely masculine aura, instantly dispelled the stench and charged directly at Hua Wushang. Such strong yang-qi. What kind of palm technique is this? Just what is the background of this person? Although he has yet to reach the Dowang class, the tier of the martial techniques he possesses is not low. Duan Tianying looked at Duan Ingjun and said. Duan Ingjun's attention was currently on Ning-Chi and Hua Wushang, so he did not answer Duan Tianying's question. This caused his expression to change slightly, and he felt a little unhappy. Boom! A peak Do Ling and a peak Do Wang, after the 2 palm techniques collided, they both took over 10 steps back. How is this possible? He actually tied with the Divine Sun? What a terrifying palm technique! Which sect are you from? Hua Wushang looked coldly at Ning-Chi, his eyes finally carrying a trace of seriousness. His hands, which were placed behind his back, were trembling slightly and imperceptibly. If you want to fight, just fight. What's with all the nonsense? Are you still thinking of sneaking an attack on me? Ah! Ning-Chi laughed and directly went forward, actually taking the initiative to attack. Both parties fought, during which Ning-Chi was hit by Hua Wushang a few times. Just when everyone thought that Ning-Chi was going to die, they found that he was still full of energy, as if the few palms had not hit him at all. At this moment, in the air, because the demon spirit Gu had controlled the white bone dragon, it had lost most of its intelligence, leaving only a few instincts. Therefore, it was crazily suppressed by Little Purple, and its bones had already lost 2/3 of its bones. It looked incomparably miserable, and the flames in its eyes and skull had already dimmed a little. Chirp, chirp, chirp! Little Purple seized the opportunity. With its steel-like sharp claws, it directly hooked onto the bone of the white bone dragon's spine. With the speed of lightning, it crashed into a small mountain not far away. Boom! The white bone dragon was directly hit into the mountain by this huge force, and a few more bones fell to the ground, eroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. After doing all this, Little Purple flew back proudly. Its mind was connected to Ning-Chi's, so its sharp eyes looked directly at the group of King of Do who were surrounding them. It's looking at us. Let's run! Are you crazy? How are we going to explain to the Divine Sun if we run? If we become an outer disciple, it's fine, he won't dare to openly kill us, but what if we fail? With his vengeful character, he will definitely make the 5 poisons divine sect kill us all. When that time comes, do you want to provoke this sect full of lunatics for your families? Then what should we do? Go. Let's work together to finish off this purple lightning bird. The Do Wangs looked at each other and all made up their minds. With a loud roar, they rushed towards the purple lightning bird. In an instant, countless Do Chi emerged, and all kinds of martial arts and fighting weapons were directly smashed towards Little Purple. Purple lightning bird, let me help you. When Duan Injun saw a Do Wang walking in front of him, he hesitated for a moment, and directly took out his own fighting weapon, a double-headed mace with 2 sharp ends, and knocked the Do Wang to the ground. He had never thought that this fat pig Duan Injun would dare to attack him. After a successful move, he called out to Little Z as if he was very familiar with her, and then joined the battle. After a few breaths, dozens of Hua Wushang's men all knelt down, injured, dead. Damn it! Hua Wushang noticed this, and a trace of anxiety flashed across his face. Ning Qi had clearly been hit by his baleful Yin palm a few times, but nothing had happened to him. On the contrary, he had been hit once, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. In addition to the internal injuries caused by Ning Qi, the meridians in Hua Wushang's body were already somewhat stagnant. I can't delay any longer. The purple lightning bird's gaze stopped on him, and Hua Wushang gritted his teeth, and a trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. After exchanging blows with Ning Qi, he took out a bomb-like thing and smashed it on the ground. Immediately, a stinky black smoke rose. Ning Qi hurriedly covered his nose and retreated. Duan Injun and the others retreated more than 100 feet. As for those Do Wangs who had been seriously injured by Little Purple and Duan Injun, because they could not escape in time, they were swept by the black smoke, and blister-like abscesses appeared all over their bodies. Hey, where are they? Chapter 274. Bronze Lottery Ticket. Hua Wushang ran away? Ning Qi frowned slightly. This kind of running was a bit similar to an escape technique, but it was much stronger than the escape techniques he had seen before. He didn't even leave behind a trace, so he had no idea which direction he had run in. The Son of God ran away. The injured fighting Wangs all had confused expressions on their faces. They did not expect that Hua Wushang would give up on them so easily and slip away by himself. Brother Ning, did you really win this time? Will Hua Wushang launch another sneak attack? Duan Injun looked around and walked to Ning Qi's side with vigilance. He probably won't dare to come. Ning Qi smiled. Little Z moved closer and rubbed against Ning Qi's body intimately. Where is the white bone dragon? Ning Qi asked. Little Purple waved its wings and pointed at the mountain in the distance. It then opened its mouth and chirped expectantly. Glutton. Ning Qi smiled and took out about 100 top-grade yellow-level spirit-nurturing pills and threw them into Little Purple's mouth. Little Purple raised its head and swallowed them all. Everyone gasped when they saw this. No wonder his purple lightning bird was only at the 6th grade. According to this feeding method, it was not impossible for it to advance to the 7th grade in the future. A single spiritual enhancing pill of the yellow level was equivalent to 10 lower spiritual crystals. There should be at least 100 spiritual enhancing pills, right? That was 1,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Duan Injun finally knew why Ning Qi was so generous. Brother Duan, wait for me here. I'll be right back. After saying that, Ning Qi jumped onto Little Purple and flew towards the direction where the white bone dragon had fainted. Duan Tianying looked at Ning Qi's back and said to Duan Lingmei in a low voice, "Let's go." Yes. Duan Lingmei nodded. Duan Tianying was obviously afraid that Ning Qi would settle the score with him later, so he took advantage of Ning Qi's departure to flee. Duan Feifei hesitated for a moment, then turned and left with Duan Tianying. Seeing this, Duan Injun opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not have the courage to say anything to persuade him to stay. At this time, Hua Wushang's men got up from the ground one by one. They supported each other and quickly fled. Duan Yingjun did not stop them. Although they were injured, a thin camel was still bigger than a horse. If they besieged him together, he would not be able to handle it. On the battleship, a trace of anger appeared on Hua Shiri's face, but he immediately hid it. He sneered and said, "This kid has some skills." Wu Hu chuckled, "Hua Shiri, he's more than just a little bit of skill. With this kind of aptitude, compared to the inner disciples of our Rising Clouds sect, there's not much difference. I want this kid." What a joke. What he relies on is merely martial techniques, Do weapons, and demon pets. These three things are all external strength. If he really had outstanding talent, how could he still be a peak Doling? Even if you and I were at his age, the weakest cultivation would be a one-star Do Wang, right? Even now, he's only a deacon elder. I don't agree with him being promoted to an outer sect disciple. Hua Shiri sneered. You saw him beat up your nephew until he ran away, and now you're using your power to avenge a personal grudge? So what if it's an external force? Didn't Hua Wushang also use the demon spirit Gu to control the white bone dragon? Unfortunately, he wasn't a match for the other party's demon pet Tellme, who refined the demon spirit Gu. I'm afraid it's your sister, Hua Yu. Wu Hu sneered. You. Hua Shiri was furious. The two of you, stop arguing. Let's observe for a while. After all, there will be a cyan-robed elder coming down to test you. This is not a child's play. Sima Lin smiled sinisterly. Pausing for a moment, he continued, All right, we've stayed here long enough. There are thousands of people in this selection, let's disperse. Finished speaking, he steered his battleship and left this place. Hua Shiri and Wu Hu looked at each other and let out a sneer before leaving in two different directions. Ning Qi jumped into the cave and saw the white bone dragon curled up into a ball. Its bones were about to fall apart, and the flames in its skull were flickering. He glanced at the other party's attribute. White bone dragon, low-rank demon beast, HP 260000. But now, it only had 7,000 to 8,000 HP left, and it was still decreasing. Ning Qi concluded that its injuries were not only caused by Little Purple, but also other injuries. Walking in front of the white bone dragon, Ning Qi smiled. The devouring dragon karmic fire in his hand instantly appeared, as if he could feel the terrifying aura of the devouring dragon karmic fire. The white bone dragon's body moved, as if it was about to wake up. Ning Qi gently flicked his finger. The moment the devouring dragon karmic fire came into contact with the white bone dragon, the flames instantly increased by 1,000 times. The white bone dragon was swallowed by the sea of fire, and in a few breaths of time, it turned into a pile of ashes. This power is not right. Ning Qi was shocked. He didn't expect the devouring dragon karmic fire to be so terrifying. But after thinking about it, he suddenly realized. The devouring dragon karmic fire was born in the burial ground of the dragon clan. If it was the nemesis of the dragon clan, then this bone dragon was probably completely restrained by the devouring dragon karmic fire from head to toe. The devouring dragon karmic fire was the nemesis of its nemesis, which was why it was so powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the white bone dragon. As the host's damage is less than 10%, the experience points have been reduced by 20 times. You have obtained 80,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Qi didn't care too much about the decrease in experience points. What he didn't lack the least was experience points. Now, his storage was almost 6 million. Once he broke through to the King Realm, even if one star required 1 million experience points, he could still level up 6 times in a row. This time, he unexpectedly obtained 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. It was not bad. He had to thank Hua Wushang for delivering the goods directly to his door. Open the gambling gift pack. A turntable appeared in front of Ning Qi. There were a total of 7 options on it. When Ning Qi saw the last option, his eyes lit up. Dragon Slayer Mall Lottery Ticket, Bronze Rank. Good stuff. Through the system, Ning Qi had already understood the functions of the lottery tickets of the various grades. The bronze lottery ticket would randomly select a small category in the Dragon Slayer shopping center during the lottery draw. This small category was not to be underestimated. For example, there were a total of 5 types of pills: yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and divine rank. Within each of the major categories, there were also various effects and medicinal effects of the pills, which were divided into small categories. If Ning Qi drew the small category of yellow rank high-grade pills, increase cultivation, then he would have the chance to obtain any of the pills in the small category, ignoring the Dragon Slayer coins. And this small category's selection was random. This was very important. It might be able to draw a small category from the main category of God's Tribulation pills. It might be able to draw a small category from the main category of yellow rank pills. It was hard to say, everything depended on the probability. The bronze level lottery ticket had a very, very low chance of drawing something good, so low that it made one's hair stand on end. However, no matter how low it was still a rare opportunity. Begin the gambling. Chapter 275. Bronze Summoning Voucher. The roulette began to spin slowly. Other than the bronze lottery voucher and a thank you for participating, the other 5 options were also pretty good. In the eyes of others, they would definitely be top-notch items, but to Ning Qi, they were of little value. He still hoped to get a lottery voucher, even if the probability of drawing trash items was a little high. The needle spun rapidly. After a few breaths, the needle gradually slowed down and finally stopped on an option. Ning Qi sighed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining bronze summoning voucher. Yes, not a lottery voucher, but a summoning voucher. Is my good luck about to leave me? Ning Qi thought as he looked at the introduction of the bronze summoning voucher. His face was unhappy, but gradually revealed a hint of joy. Bronze Summoning Voucher, Dragon Slayer Mall, priced at 5,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Can randomly summon an expert from a small category to help the host in battle. The Bronze Lottery Voucher was to draw a small category from all the major categories, but this summoning voucher directly summoned an expert from a small category. Although the value was not as high as the former, there were fewer uncertainties. If he encountered danger, it might be of great use. Moreover, it was priced at 5,000 Dragon Slayer Mall. Ning Qi felt that he had made a profit. Putting away the summoning voucher, Ning Qi sat on Little Purple and returned to Duan Yingyuan's side. They're all gone. Yes, if they didn't run, would they wait for you to settle the score? Duan Yingyun nodded. Then he immediately smiled and said, Brother Ning, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I was planning to cover for you, but it turns out that you are covering for me. What should we do next? Go find the others and beat them up, then we can be promoted to outer disciples together. No hurry, there are still many people now. When the time is almost up, we will eliminate more than half of them, then we will make our move. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, that's it. Duan Yingyun instantly understood Ning Qi's meaning. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Ning Qi was going to explode at the last moment, catching them off guard. There are less than 10 days left, are they still not moving? In the sky, on the warship, see Malin and Wu who stood together, frowning as they looked at Ning Qi and Duan Yingyun below. At this moment, the two of them were happily eating barbecued meat. Yes, he has been eating. Even if he meets someone, he will try to avoid them if he can. He will only attack if he really cannot avoid them. Until now, there are a total of 17 Do Wangs, ranging from 1 to 3 stars, who have been defeated by his hands. Wu Hu said. However, if that's the case, as long as Hua Shi says a few bad things about him in the future, the others won't agree to let him be promoted to an outer disciple. Si Malin chuckled and said, Flower Creek Day? That nephew of his has been in the limelight recently. Quite a few fellows that I thought highly of have been seriously injured by him and eliminated. Wu Hu sneered. Although the deacon elders couldn't participate in the selection, there were some talented people with good cultivation who were eliminated one by Hua Wushang. This was a loss for the sect, but it was beneficial for Hua Wushang. Every year, the Cloud Rising sect would have a competition among the outer disciples to choose the most outstanding person to be promoted to an inner disciple. At this time, Hua Wushang would undoubtedly benefit him the most by eliminating his competitors. His actions were probably taught to him by Hua Shi Ri. However, we don't have any evidence, and the elder in green will not care. Si Malin said. Let's wait. I believe that he won't be able to survive until the last day so easily. Wu Hu stared deeply at Ningqi. As time passed, Duan Yingjun, who had always been relaxed and fat, couldn't take it anymore. He said anxiously, Brother Ning, if we don't act now, I think we will be eliminated. Ningqi smiled, and a layer of flame appeared on his flowing flame-mysterious robe, burning some of the fallen leaves and dust on his body. He felt much more refreshed. Let's go. Look at how anxious you are. This time, the Cloud Rising sect will be accepting more than 300 outer disciples. It's only a 10-1 ratio. Don't worry. In the center of the area divided by the deacon elders, there was a valley called Ling Long Valley. This valley was connected by many rings, and the scenery was beautiful. Most importantly, there was a water source, and there weren't many monsters around. Even if there were, they would have been killed. At the beginning, 7 Peak Do Wangs chose to build their camps here. Now there were only 3 left. One of them was Hua Wushang, who had been defeated by Ningqi. The rest were either killed or seriously injured by Hua Wushang and were eliminated. Even so, there were more than 700 people from the 3 big factions. Not including the lone warriors in the outer circle, more than half of them would be eliminated. Therefore, as the time approached, there would be a battle every day. A group died and another group was eliminated. Brother Situ, Hua Wushang is here. A 4-star Do Wang ran to one of the camps and shouted to a young man sitting in the middle. The young man looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, but his body emitted the aura of a Peak Do Wang. He was the eldest son of the Situ clan, the number 1 clan in Dongxian, Situ Yi. Because of his good temper, righteousness, and enthusiasm, he had the most followers among the 3 big factions in Ling Long Valley. There were more than 380 people following him. In addition, he had brought more than 10 7-star and 8-star Do Wangs from his clan. Together, their strength was very strong. That was why they could last until now during the days when Hua Wushang was attacking crazily. Situ Yi suddenly stood up and looked to the front. He saw Hua Wushang slowly walking over with 40 to 50 people. Although there were only a few of them, the smell of blood on each of them was very strong. They were all elites who had experienced many bloody battles. On the contrary, Situ Yi's people were much weaker than them. Many people looked at Hua Wushang with eyes full of fear. In terms of aura, more than 300 people were suppressed by 40 to 50 people. Hua Wushang, what are you doing here? Situ Yi said coldly. He had fought with Hua Wushang a few times. The first time, they were evenly matched. At that time, Hua Wushang's body still had some injuries left by Ningqi. The second time, he was no longer Hua Wushang's opponent. If it wasn't for the people below desperately protecting him, Situ Yi would have been eliminated. There was no other way. Although the Situ clan was the #1 clan in southern wilderness, it was weaker than the 5 poison divine sect. The strongest ancestor in the clan was only a dozong. The rank of his martial technique was not high either, barely reaching the earth lower grade. Hua Wushang, on the other hand, was trained by a dozun since he was young. It was very normal for there to be some gap between the two. Situ-yi, I will give you a chance. Come with me to destroy the nest of the Miaoli people, and I will not kill you. Chapter 276. Poison Join Forces? Situ-yi's face was calm, but his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Seeing that Hua Wushang was not here to fight, but to seek an alliance, the people below were relieved. What, you don't agree? Hua Wushang looked at Situ-yi mockingly. Big brother, joining forces with him is not a bad choice. An 8-star Do Wang beside Situ-yi said in a low voice. He was Situ-yi's younger brother, and he was second only to Situ-yi among the experts from his clan, Situ-rin. Hearing this, Situ-yi let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to agree, the other 7-star Do Wang said in a low voice, Big brother, second brother, Hua Wushang's methods are vicious and vicious. What should we do if he stabs us in the back after we join hands? I heard that his goal isn't just to become an outer court disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. He wants to become an inner court disciple or even an elite disciple. According to the rules of the Cloud Rising sect, you're his strongest competitor. Based on his actions during this period of time, he's undoubtedly preparing to become an inner court disciple. What? We are still struggling to become an outer disciple, but he is preparing to become an inner disciple. Third brother, could it be that you are thinking too much? Situ-ren was a little surprised. I believe in third brother, Situ-yi said lightly. Situ-ming-deng had always been the smartest person in his generation. He had the demeanor of a military advisor, so Situ-yi trusted him a lot. What are you guys whispering about? Do you want to agree? If not, I will make my move. My blade has not drunk blood for a few days. It is thirsty. Behind Hua Wushang, a young man with a gloomy face let out a ferocious laugh. He conveniently used his tongue to lick the edge of his blade. He did not care that the blade had opened a wound on his tongue, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Many Do Wangs felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. How could they be a match for such a lunatic? His name was Li Dongshui, and he was a well-known fellow among the Do Wangs. He had been with wolves since he was young until he caught the eye of an elder of the 5 poison sect and was accepted into the sect. Only then did he gradually learn a little about human nature. However, even after he had become a 9-star Do Wang, his wolf nature still suppressed his human nature. His actions were incomparably vicious. If there was even the slightest disagreement, he would draw his blade and fight. His white bone blade technique was incomparably swift and fierce. Shut up! You have no right to speak here, Situ-rin bellowed. Ha ha ha, I'll remember you. Your name is Situ-rin, right? Come on. Let's fight to the death. Li Dongshui grinned hideously and took a step forward. Everyone's expression turned solemn, and they got into a defensive stance, afraid that Hua Wushang and the others would suddenly attack. Sky Eagle, shall we leave first? In the corner of Situ-yi's team, Duan Lingmei said in a low voice. After Duan Tianying and the other 2 had left that day, they had mixed into Situ-yi's team and were prepared to ride on his coattails. They did not expect that in just a few days, Hua Wushang, whom they thought had been eliminated by Ning Qi, would appear again and reorganize the forces of Linglong Valley with lightning speed. At this moment, they did not dare to show themselves. Firstly, they did not want to be associated with Hua Wushang. After all, the other party had a bad reputation. Secondly, they were afraid that Hua Wushang would vent his anger on them. After all, Ning Qi, who had injured him, had previously been with Duan Tianying. No rush. Let's see how it goes. If both sides are injured, we will have a better chance of advancing, Duan Tianying said in a low voice. In the sky, the 10 acting elders had gathered together and stood on their respective warships, watching the situation below. Hua Shiri, your nephew's methods are too vicious. A few people who could have been promoted to outer disciples have their cultivations crippled by him. Yes, although our cloud-rising sect has always been neutral, if we accept such a vicious person, I'm afraid it will not be good for our sect's reputation. Ha ha ha. Hua Shiri laughed loudly. He coldly swept his gaze over the few elders and said, Not good for the rest? Have you forgotten that I am also from the 5 Poison Divine sect? In our cloud-rising sect, there has never been such a saying. As for using vicious methods, what's wrong with that? Shouldn't people climb up the ranks? Don't you want to become a green-robed elder? What a joke. That may be true, but no buts. Just follow the rules and do it impartially. One of the elders said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they did not say anything. This person was ranked in the top 10 of the acting elders and had a high chance of being promoted to a green-robed elder. He was a 6-star dozong and was many times stronger than them. It could be said that even if the 9 of them joined hands, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, when he spoke, even Hua Shiri did not say anything. Oh, it's so lively here. Seeing that a big battle was about to break out, a frivolous voice was suddenly heard. A young man, leading hundreds of people, slowly walked towards Hua Wushang and Situ Yi. Miaoli people. The corner of Hua Wushang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Hua Wushang, I heard that you want to join hands with Brother Situ to deal with me? The Miaoli people laughed. So what if I am? Hua Wushang sneered. You are the divine son of the 5 Poisons Divine sect. How would I dare to do anything to you? But, Brother Situ. Miaoli smiled and looked at Situ Yi. You won't cooperate with such a cunning villain, right? He might stab you in the back. Why don't we join hands and deal with him together? The moment this was said, the atmosphere became more and more serious. Join hands with you? The corner of Situ Yi's mouth curled into a smile. That is possible. Hua Wushang's aura changed and he laughed sinisterly. Situ Yi, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Even if you and the Miaoli people join hands, you will be a match for me? You think too highly of yourself. Divine Son, kill them all. These ants do not have the right to be the outer disciples of the cloud-rising sect. Li Dongshui laughed wildly. Arrogant. We have nearly 700 people, and you only have a few people. Situ Rin shouted. He did not know why, but he did not like Li Dongshui. Perhaps it was because he had heard of some of Li Dongshui's shocking achievements. For example, he had slaughtered thousands of people in a small town. Although there was no concrete evidence, the rumors pointed to Li Dongshui as the murderer. The reason he killed was because a child from the small town had spat at him. Whether I am arrogant or not, we will know after we try. Hua Wushang laughed softly. Suddenly, a 1-star king of Do who was standing not far from Situ Yi collapsed. His mouth was foaming, and he was about to lose consciousness. He is poisoned. Situ Ming stepped forward to check and said with a serious expression. Then, one after another king of Do collapsed. The symptoms were exactly the same as the first one. Chapter 277. Mysterious Rain. No matter what, as long as we can win, isn't that enough? Why care about this? My intoxicated wind is colorless and tasteless. It is made from hundreds of spiritual herbs. 1 drop is worth 10 lower spiritual crystals. Today, I will use it all on you. I will get my money back from you. Hua Wushang laughed. Even the subordinates of the Miaoli people began to fall to the ground. Those who were still standing were all Do Wangs of 3 stars and above. In a short while, the number of people on both sides was almost the same. After all, Most of the people who participated in the selection meet were Do Wangs below 3 stars. Tianying, I have no strength. Duan Lingmei was a 2-star king fighter, so she was also poisoned. White foam appeared at the corner of her mouth. Duan Tianying and Duan Feifei were 4-star king fighters, so they were fine for now. Quick, take this poison-dispelling pill. Duan Tianying quickly stuffed a pill into her mouth, but it was useless. Duan Lingmei gradually entered a state of dizziness. On the warship, other than Hua Shiri, the other 9 deacon elders' expressions changed. Hua Shiri, is your nephew planning to catch all of us at once? If this goes on, we can only get a few dozen people in this selection. Wu Hu said coldly. What's the hurry? There are still many people outside the Linglong Valley. 300 people are more than enough. Hua Shiri sneered. Elder Shintu, what do you say? Si Malin looked at the 6-star Dozome. Shintu Yuanba said calmly, no matter what, we cannot interfere with the selection. The sect rules did not say that we cannot use poison. So, let him be. As he said this, he glanced at Hua Shiri. Everyone could see the dissatisfaction in his eyes. But Hua Shiri pretended not to see it. He smiled and focused his attention on Hua Wushang. So it is intoxicated wind. No wonder even I did not notice it. You are really generous. Situ Yi sneered. To be able to poison so many people, Hua Wushang's intoxicated wind must be worth thousands of lower spiritual crystals. Look at how shameless this guy is. The Miaoli people gritted their teeth. Even so, my side still holds the advantage. Hua Wushang, do you really want to be so ruthless? Can't we all become outer sect disciples together? Situ Yi said coldly. You're thinking too much. I won't allow anyone to compete with me for the position of an inner sanctum disciple. If you agreed to help me deal with the Miaoli people today, I might be happy and let you go. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong side. You can't blame anyone for this. Li Dongshui. Here. Go, kill them all. Hua Wushang laughed maniacally. Just as the 2 sides were about to engage in a huge battle, the sky suddenly started to rain. This is, Hua Wushang frowned slightly and looked up, but all he saw was the sun shining brightly in the sky. There wasn't even a single cloud, so where did the rain come from? He couldn't help but stretch out his hand and take a drop. He put it in his mouth and licked it. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The antidote for drunken Qingfeng? How could this be? Who is it? Get out here! Hua Wushang roared furiously. His eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to find the person who had done this. Situ Yi and the Miaoli people also noticed that something was wrong with the rain. When a poisoned 1-star Do Wang unconsciously swallowed a few drops of rainwater and woke up, the 2 of them immediately knew that this rainwater could detoxify the poison. Quick! Let the poisoned person open their mouth, this is the antidote. Ha! The Miaoli people laughed loudly. Antidote? Help me open Lingmei's mouth. Duan Tianying hurriedly said. Duan Feifei quickly went forward and not only opened Lingmei's mouth, but also poured some rainwater into it. After a few breaths, Lingmei woke up with a blank look on his face. One by one, the Do Wangs stood up. Other than feeling a little weak, they were fine. After checking their bodies, they all stared at Hua Wushang angrily. If looks could kill, Hua Wushang would have died thousands of times. Who are you? Get out here right now. Hua Wushang saw that his trick had been easily dispelled, and he was furious. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he really wanted to kill someone. Divine Son, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you're still as elegant as ever. Ha! Ningqi laughed and walked out together with Duan Ingjun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of eyes fell on the 2 of them at the same time. Duan Ingjun nervously shrunk his neck. His walking posture was almost 1 hand and 1 foot. If it wasn't for the inexplicable sense of security with Ningqi beside him, it was likely that his legs would have turned to jelly. This rain is from him? What kind of martial technique is it? Why does it contain the drunken Qingfeng antidote? Situi frowned and looked at Ning Qi. When he found out that Ning Qi was only at the peak of the Do Ling level, the suspicion in his eyes became even more intense. Who is this person? He seems to be someone Hua Wushang knows. However, he is only at the peak of the Do Ling level, yet he dares to face us so calmly. I wonder if he is too arrogant or stupid. If he is Hua Wushang's man, we can kill him together. That damn Hua Wushang almost caused me to be poisoned to death. It's them. Duan Tianying's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Could it be that this rain is caused by young Master Ning? Duan Feifei asked doubtfully. Impossible. If a Dozong possesses a martial technique that allows one to call the wind and summon the rain, I would still believe it. However, how could a peak Doling have such a technique? Moreover, he is from the White Tiger Empire. How could he have the drunken Qingfeng antidote? This is the treasure of the 5 poison divine sect, Duan Tianying said decisively. Whether it is true or not, we will know in a while, Duan Feifei said. On the warship. It's him. A trace of surprise flashed across Wu Hu's eyes. Just now, did you see what technique was used to create this rain? Si Malin frowned. I couldn't see it. I also couldn't see it. Who is this person? Shintu Yuanba's eyes brightened. Elder Shintu, speaking of this person, there is a story. Moreover, it is related to Hua Wushang. Wu Hu smiled as he recounted the matter of Ning Qi defeating Hua Wushang. The more Hua Shiri heard, the uglier his expression became. What? If I am not wrong, he is a peak Doling, right? He defeated Hua Wushang? This is not simply a battle of a higher level. It is a battle of a higher level. Someone said in shock. I have also seen this matter with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hua Shiri. Si Malin said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi with an incomparably fiery gaze. Shintu Yuanba glanced at Hua Shiri's expression and knew that Wu Hu was right. His face revealed an extremely interested expression as he looked at Ning Qi. It's you again. Hua Wushang's expression was ugly as he looked at Ning Qi. A trace of pain was emitted from his chest. Yes, it's me. Chapter 278. He is really strong. Look, Hua Shiri really knows him. Wait, something is not right. Did you guys notice that Hua Shiri's expression is not right? He really is. Senior, it's him. A few women in the Miaoli group looked at Ning Qi in shock. They were the ones who had met Ning Qi at the gates of Cloud Rising City. The woman who had spoken had even mocked Ning Qi as a sex fiend who did not even wear pants. Yes, it's him. Looks like he is not as simple as he looks. A purple-clothed woman said indifferently. Divine Son, is this the person you mentioned before? Li Dongshui's face revealed a sinister smile. He glanced at Ning Qi and asked Hua Shiri. Hua Shiri nodded slowly. The next moment, Li Dongshui had already charged at Ning Qi. Give me your life. Let me see how strong a peak Do Ling can be. His blade was covered with Do Qi. With a violent gust of wind, he slashed at Ning Qi's neck. A 9-star Do Wang and a peak Do Ling. Everyone seemed to have seen Ning Qi's ending. His head and body would be separated. Hua Shiri could not stop it in time. His expression changed slightly, but an evil smile hung on his lip. It was good that Li Dongshui attacked first. He had always been brooding over the battle with Ning Qi. He wanted to watch from the side and see where Ning Qi's strength lay. There is indeed something wrong with this person. Situ Yi frowned. Although he wanted to help, Li Dongshui had moved too much and was far away from them. Situ Yi could not help in time. The hundreds of Do Wangs present were puzzled. Why would Li Dongshui attack a peak Do Ling with all his might? Shouldn't a 1-star Do Wang be able to deal with such a person? What Li Dongshui did was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. On the warship, many deacons and elders felt that Ning Qi was dead. Woo-hoo, did you see wrongly just now? Li Dongshui is less than 10 feet away from this person. He has yet to attack. It looks like he is scared stiff. Scared stiff? Woo-hoo smiled. Just watch. The Divine Son actually lost to this trash? Ha ha ha, as long as I kill him today, I can prove that I'm stronger than the Divine Son. Li Dongshui's eyes shone with a wolf-like glow as the corners of his mouth curled into a complacent smile. Go. Die. Alright. At this time, his saber was less than a foot away from Ning Qi's neck. Ning Qi could feel the sharp aura coming from the blade. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi would definitely die, Ning Qi drew his saber. It was so fast that it was hard for anyone to catch a glimpse of it. 5 tigers breaking the gate. Ice dragon roar. Roar. A frightening aura was emitted from the dragon slayer saber, and the snow dragon pearl on the hilt emitted a faint white light. At the same time, everyone instantly felt the surrounding temperature drop by a lot, and a bone-chilling cold suddenly arose. A trace of shock flashed in Li Dongshui's eyes. He clearly discovered that his movements had been restricted by this chill. His originally extremely smooth slash was now stuck halfway. Then, a huge, terrifying ice dragon appeared in front of him with its claws and fangs bared. What kind of saber technique is this? A bad premonition rose in Li Dongshui's heart. However, he was still extremely confident in himself. Even if he could not kill Ning Qi in one move, at the very most, both parties would end up in a draw. Thoughts were beautiful, but unfortunately, reality was very cruel. Boom! Li Dongshui let out a miserable howl as he flew backwards. The D-level low-grade Do weapon in his hand was directly shattered into pieces, after which it was frozen into ice shards by the chill and fell to the ground. As for Li Dongshui himself, he was even more miserable. His hair, eyebrows, and lips were all covered with white frost, which landed heavily beside Hua Wushang's feet. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The white frost on Li Dongshui's face was instantly dyed red by the fresh blood. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled bitterly at Hua Wushang. Divine Son, he is really very strong. After saying that, he fainted. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What exactly had happened? A 9-star Do Wang was actually defeated by a peak Do Ling with 1 slash? Could it be that this person had hidden his cultivation? His true cultivation was the same as Hua Wushang and the others, a peak Do Wang? Most people only believed this explanation. They did not believe that Ning Qi had fought someone of a higher level. After all, in their many years, they had already formed a kind of common sense. It was possible to fight someone of a higher level, but at most, it was 2, 3, or 5 levels. Forget about seeing someone of a higher level, they had never even heard of someone of a higher level. Only those Do Wangs who were born in the Jiuzhou Empire, or those who were knowledgeable would have heard of such terrifying geniuses. The 3 dragon tribes, 9 top clans, 36 top sects, and the Jiuzhou Empire, which was similar to them, only had such terrifying geniuses. So strong, the purple-clothed lady muttered to herself in shock. Her juniors looked at Ning Qi with eyes filled with lingering fear. They had actually ridiculed such a strong expert? On the warship, other than Wu Hu and the others, the remaining deacon elders all revealed shocked expressions. Suddenly, a deacon elder said, "I will accept this person." When the others heard this, they immediately reacted. "You? On what basis?" "I don't want anyone else. I only want this person." "That won't do. I also have my eyes on him. If I train him well, he will definitely become an inner sect disciple." "Everyone, you guys at least have a first-come, first-served rule. I have my eyes on him for a long time and have been observing him in secret." Wu Hu rolled his eyes. "Am I not?" Sima Lin laughed sinisterly. Everyone, stop arguing. I don't have a disciple. I will accept him, Shinto Yuanba said lightly. Everyone instantly shut their mouth. They were somewhat unwilling, but their cultivation was indeed far from Shinto Yuanba's. Since he had spoken, they could not do anything. Elder Shinto, you see, I have been observing him since a few days before the selection meet. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Wu Hu mustered up his courage and laughed dryly. 100 middle spiritual crystals. Shinto Yuanba's tone was still calm. However, the price he offered was shocking. This was already equivalent to 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. It was more than a year's income for an ordinary deacon elder. This, all right. Wu Hu sighed and nodded. Although he had lost the opportunity to accept Ningqi, he had received 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. It was a consolation prize. Elder Shinto, what about me? Sima Lin smiled. Also 100 middle spiritual crystals. Shinto Yuanba was overbearing. As expected of Elder Shinto. I am impressed. Sima Lin laughed happily. Chapter 279. Do you give up? Li Dongshui lost? Situ Ren looked at Ningqi in a daze. Even now, he could not believe that Li Dongshui was more than a level stronger than him, yet he was defeated by a peak Do Ling. This meant that even if he attacked, he would not be Ningqi's match. Big brother, second brother, he is very strong, Situ Mingdeng said with a serious expression. Li Dongshui's crushing defeat did not make him happy. Instead, he was worried. If his opponent was someone stronger than Hua Wushang, then none of them would be able to become outer disciples. Even if they succeeded, the price they had to pay would be extremely painful. Hey Situ Yi, who is he? Do you know him? Miaoli walked to Situ Yi's side. The frivolous look on his face had disappeared, and he asked solemnly. I don't know him. Situ Yi shook his head. I think I know him. A 3-star Do Wang said with a pale face. He had just been poisoned and his body was not feeling well. Situ Yi and the others looked at this Do Wang. You know him? What is his background? That, I know the fatty beside him. The 3-star Do Wang laughed dryly. He is the bastard son of the Divine Dragon Marquis of the 9-State Empire. Divine Dragon Marquis Situ Yi looked at Ningqi with a serious expression. If he is from the Divine Dragon Marquis, then he must be the strongest genius. But why is such a genius not being nurtured by the 9-State Empire and instead participating in the Cloud Rising sect's outer disciple selection? With his talent, there will be many sects that will accept him wherever he goes. I am also very curious, but we will know in the future. It seems that he has some grudges with Hua Wushang. Let's just watch the show. Miaoli smiled and looked at Hua Wushang gloatingly. You very good. Hua Wushang looked at Ningqi coldly and clenched his fist. He had never been so angry. Divine Son, let's attack together. Kill him. His subordinates were like wolves and tigers. They had killed too many people these few days and their bodies were stained with a strong killing intent. Even though Li Dongshui had been defeated by Ningqi, they were not very afraid. Don't move. Watch out for Brother Ning to slap you to death. Duan Ingjun shouted. A mere 1-star Do Wang dares to threaten us. Arrogant. Ha ha ha, Brother Ning is merely at the peak of the Do Ling class and he is able to beat all of you until all of you cry out. I am 1 level higher than Brother Ning. Don't tell me that all of you are not afraid. Duan Ingjun laughed maniacally. It was completely a fox borrowing the tiger's might. But when he said that, some people who didn't know the details really believed him. They thought that Duan Ingjun was a pervert like Ningqi, so they all showed expressions of fear. Today, either you die or I die. Hua Wushang coldly squeezed these words out of his mouth and shouted, Attack! Kill them! As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Wushang was wrapped in a thick layer of black battle qi and disappeared. When he reappeared, He was actually above Ning Qi's head. His two hands were like eagle claws, grabbing at Ning Qi's head. It really is an escape technique. What relationship does this Five Poisons Divine Sect have with the Red Sun Empire? Ning Qi frowned slightly. At the same time, the others had also arrived in front of him. Duan Yingjuan's face revealed a trace of fear. He hastily rolled on the ground and avoided everyone's attack. 18 dragons subduing palms. Roar. In everyone's eyes, Ning Qi had already been surrounded. The people surrounding him were like densely packed ants, surrounding Ning Qi in the middle. But suddenly, rays of golden light shot out from their bodies. With a bang, this group of people directly flew out. This group of experts between a 7-star Do Wang and a 9-star Do Wang were actually unable to block even one attack from Ning Qi. What a strong martial technique! This extreme yang aura, even I can feel it from so far away. Situ Yi looked at Ning Qi in shock. Next, Ning Qi slightly turned his body and used his shoulder to receive this attack from Hua Wushang. Hit! Hua Wushang's face revealed a trace of joy. At this moment, his face was very close to Ning Qi's face. Both of them could see the hair on each other's face. When Hua Wushang saw Ning Qi's mouth curling into a trace of an evil smile, he immediately felt that something was wrong. When he was ready to immediately use the momentum to retreat into the air, Ning Qi had already heavily slapped Hua Wushang's stomach, directly covering the ground. Hua Wushang only felt an intense pain from his stomach to his limbs. His entire body had already been slapped by Ning Qi to the ground, smashing a huge pit. I told you to use an escape technique. Ning Qi crazily attacked Hua Wushang. Every palm caused Hua Wushang to let out a howl, his body twitching. Boom, boom, boom. A sound like thunder lingered in the ears. Don't hit me anymore. If you hit me again, I will die. Hua Wushang suddenly extended a hand and gently held Ning Qi's wrist. His hand did not have any strength at all. His strength was not even comparable to a child's. It could be seen that he was currently seriously injured. When everyone heard Hua Wushang's words, the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. The dignified divine son of the Five Poisons Divine Sect had just been high-spirited and high-spirited. He had poisoned everyone and wanted to capture everyone in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, he had been defeated by the hands of a peak Do Ling. He had even begged the other party to spare his life. This was really like a tiger being bullied by dogs. No, a dragon swimming in shallow waters would be toyed with by prawns. No. Shaking their heads, everyone did not care what kind of feeling this was. In short, as fellow Do Wangs, they were a little interdependent. Brother, Hua Wushang is a vicious person. If you do not kill him today, I'm afraid there will be big trouble in the future. When the Miaoli people saw that Ning Qi had stopped, a strange look flashed in their eyes. They stepped forward and smiled. Don't kill the divine son. Hua Wushang's subordinates climbed up from the ground with difficulty. They continuously vomited blood and looked at Ning Qi pleadingly. They were not that loyal. It was completely because the Five Poisons Divine Sect's way of doing things was too vicious. If Hua Wushang died in Ning Qi's hands today, not only would Ning Qi be avenged, even their lives would not be spared. On the battleship, when Hua Shiri saw that Hua Wushang was almost beaten to death by Ning Qi, she moved and was about to make a move. In the end, she was stopped by Shintuyuanba. Shintuyuanba looked coldly at Hua Shiri. We cannot interfere. This is not the first time you have done this mission. Don't you even know this? Even if the one below is your son, you can't do anything about it. Hua Shiri felt the oppressive aura from the other party. She snorted and gave up on the idea of making a move. Instead, she looked at Ning Qi with incomparable hatred. Hua Wushang, do you surrender? Ning Qi really stopped and asked with a smile. I surrender. I surrender, Hua Wushang said weakly. Then I will spare your dog life. Ning Qi smiled and stood up. He waved his hand at Hua Wushang's subordinate. Take your master and scram. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.